And we are live. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship Garden stream. Now we are here in the garden. Nice to see everybody here. Over the plants and stuff like that. All right. So, hope everybody's having a good evening or whatever it is where you are. And hello, Phil. Hey, Earthy. Okay, welcome to the stream. Yeah, and we have this right here. Yeah, so definitely the morning dew has taken over these plants. All right, so yeah, now we'll be looking into the back part to see how it's all going. Yeah, definitely after it rains is very nice. Yeah. So, and by the way, I have some plants growing right here. That's a sprout right there. Okay. All right. All right. So, how's everybody doing? Anybody have any new updates about anything? I recently have been looking into the woman that was heavy rain and thunderstorms the last 2 days. Nice, nice. And also, what happened with now there's 11 people that are missing from the scientists that are missing. Now there's 11 of them. One of the women that was missing, or she deleted herself. Earth, he said, I've been looking into the past presidents and Edge and program and hires people for black projects more than 11, at least 20. Yes, 20 plus. Oh, that's very interesting. That's good you're looking into that. And I do think there is it's a topic that definitely needs to be looked into that isn't talked about as much. And if you found out anything, whatever you found out, I'd like to know about what you found out, because I'm not really familiar with the black projects in those situations. And because I did not know about that, but that is good to know and look into, because I think with the people that went missing, they knew about a technology that was able to um, free energy, something about levitation, something very advanced that they didn't want people to know about, and that is what I am very skeptical about, because they didn't want people to know about this new technology that would be groundbreaking. Earthy said, weird how the woman that died wasn't recent. I think she died around 2022. Also, she's connected with anti-gravity, dark matter, if that's even real. Yeah, you are correct. It was not anything recent, and it was in 2022. The thing with her is that she knew about anti-gravity, dark matter. Yeah, you see, dark matter is something very important for space travel and going to different solar systems easier than with the technology we have. So, although it was a long time ago, I do think she was targeted by whoever did these other people in. Like the recent ones with the Castland, it's very strange that you see a domino effect because they don't do it all at once because it looks suspicious when people do it all at the same time. So, um, with anti-gravity and dark matter, I think people will be very oh, hello, Hog. I feel like if you use 3 to 4 cans of darkest spray tan, you could steal. Well, yeah, I definitely think it could be used for more practical things than just that. You could use it to disguise yourself when the like a cloak of invisibility. If any Earthlings try to find out that you're actually an alien in disguise, there's other things to be used for. Because us aliens do not need wallets. By the way, we're above that. Earthy said, I also learned that people from the. Oh, you saw an alien once? Okay, Hog. Yeah, I definitely believe they're real, and there's a variety of different theories of what they are. But I think it's pretty cool that we, you know, more in the media, people in the media are welcoming the idea of aliens. Now, Hog, I'd like to know what your alien experience was, if you if you want to talk about it. And Earthy says also learned that people from Monroe Institute that talk to the internet beings, interdimensional beings, are kind of remote viewing, and they just let it go for periods of time, and it leaves. Okay, thank you. And yeah, you see, I know that about the interdimensional beings. Thank you. That's very valuable information to me, and learning things that I'm not like 100% familiar with. So that's really cool. Now, with the aliens in some other dimension, people are able to communicate with them and talk about them, talk to them through those means. But the aliens are mysterious. Like they'll come and go, and they'll give people like breadcrumbs information, and it's very something we're not completely familiar with. All right, Henry says aliens are definitely somewhere out there, but unlike it is for develop to the point that they can travel off the planet, and even less likely they would be anywhere near us. Hello, Indigo. Now, Henry, what do you think that the UFO sightings that people have seen for centuries are exactly, in your opinion? Because there's a variety of different theories about what they could be. Although I do think there are aliens from outer space, I think they're interdimensional. I think that they could be demonic or angelic, whatever. So I don't know. I like to see different takes on them. Oh, okay, Earthy. Thank you for your take. And oh, hello, Indigo. Good to see you. All right. So Wildfire said, I them working in Alaska, summer 2014. Oh, you saw them in Alaska. Okay. Very interesting. Thank you for your encounter. Okay, so let's see. Tiny says, funny how all UFO sightings were before uh, cameras, or with the crappy cameras or blurry pictures. Now everyone has HD cameras in their pockets. There's no UFOs. Actually, Tiny, my friend in New Zealand tapes them on a regular basis, or he films them on a regular basis. I've also filmed them before. There's still modern UFO encounters. There's still modern ones. And the UFO sightings were seen for thousands of years. Like the ancient Indians in India depicted of flying things coming from underwater, and they had gray skin. And it's just the same things that have been here for centuries. They may not be from outer space, they may not be aliens, whatever they are, there's something there, in my opinion. But thank you for your opinion and take. Oh, Razor, you're from New Zealand. Shout out to you, buddy. All right, Hog said, I was metal detecting and had sat by the river at night, and after 30 minutes was dozing off, and then a large thing came to the river once and lunged at me, but I got away. Oh, that is really interesting. That's definitely a type of cryptid. Okay. Oh, okay, Earthy. Understood. Okay. Let's see. I'm reading all your messages. They are here. They move fast. Usually, we don't see them with a naked eye. We catch them sometimes on camera. Okay, Wild. Okay, thank you. Anything I've seen seems look human tech or natural phenomenon. I could be wrong, but imagine how long we as humans would have to survive without deleting each other. Our natural disasters at to a point. Okay, thank you. Oh, hey, David. Where we could travel that fast. The other day I saw a moon in Hammy. Okay, and let's see, if you had a real UFO on camera, you would be the richest person on the planet. Exactly, and I could be, but or maybe I am, maybe I'm not. And just the aliens don't always share their wealth as much as I'd like them to. All right, so exactly, Earthy, good point. And Razor said, "I've got a UFO UAP on my channel." Oh, okay, Razor, good to know. And this thing was almost like upright scorpion without a tail. Ah. Yeah, that is some sort of a cryptid, which is an undiscovered creature, animal, or something like that. And have you ever had a space coke? Um, well, Gummy, space coke is used to run the engines of the UFOs, the Raptor UFOs. They use space coke for that. Although I don't do it personally, but some UFOs have it as fuel because it seems like it's out of this world speeds. Yeah, a camera. I have two arms on me, so I am armed because I have two arms on my body, and I'm legged too, and also I'm headed as well. So I'm strapped to the bone. And wildlife says the UFO I've seen were at night, and they were in the distance and appeared to be doing loading unloading process. Every so often, a beam of light would drop from the ship. Ah, okay. Yeah, that, you know, well, we wonder what those things are exactly, and that definitely coincides with what people also are saying. Those plants, alien species live on different pace and show understood. Oh, yeah, that is true overlap overall, and good to see you. Let's see. I reached out to Monroe Institute about remote viewing. Oh, yeah. Walking from the email back. Yeah. I think my metal detector, because when I returned next morning, it was gone and it made sounds like dog whistle. Yeah, I've heard that whistling could have to do with supernatural um, entities, by the way. So that is something that is part of a paranormal experience. Scared. Hey, good day, mate. Oh, hello. Oh, nice kitty cat picture right there, dude. Nice. Something's lurking over there. I am not in the woods. I'm in clearly in a city. I'm clearly right now in a crowded city right here. This is not the woods. It's just a bunch of. It's right in the middle of a city. But of course, when you see woods like this, it may mean that someone's in the woods. Okay. So anyway, so alien UFO sightings may be our technology. Maybe there's a secret technology we've developed. There has been theories. There's one theories that I've seen where some UFO abductions are done by humans, and they're trying to blame it on the aliens, but the aliens are actually real, but they do the framing. So it's possible that the technology could be human technology, and it's possible they could be from another dimension. It could be possible that they're from the future. So yeah, I mean, they even if it isn't aliens, it's something. Something is doing it. and there's records of them being seen for thousands of years. But yeah, no, I don't deny whatever it is, and a lot of times I lean towards interdimensional or them being angelic or demonic. Giving a notion to head Midwest. Yes, I am ready for GTA 6. It's shocking. It's going to be happening this year. So I just think with all the stars and galaxies we have out there, that we're not alone in this universe. That there is something else out there besides us. Demon was the wording in the past, for lack of a better word. Yeah, yeah. And exactly, we can't imagine how big the universe is. And I think a good thing to argue is like, why would aliens come to this planet in the middle of nowhere? What would be how they wouldn't even know we exist. But so that is interesting to theorize about why they are here or what they were here for. And Hogg said, I think it was an alien. After running through the creek for miles, I got lost. If it just wanted to drink from the creek, there was more enough water for both of us. Oh wow, wow, that yeah, that definitely is a spooky experience to have. It's like these things definitely can induce fear into people because they're very their technology is like mind blowing to us. Hello, Brig Garden Gang. And Brig, earlier, what happened was my my grandpa had some problems with. He didn't like the AT&T company for some things that happened with. So there's this dude that came to do the repairs. I mean, to give us the new internet, so we won't have the issues anymore. And the dude installed a. Was trying to make his TV hooked up to the internet, and they don't really use that kind of stuff. They just use an antenna. So, and there are some other things may have happened with the when he may have tried to go and make a complaint. So, unfortunately, although the internet was working perfectly fine, better than the other one, still he took it out. He canceled it, and that's why the stream went out earlier. It was not the Wi-Fi. It was just him canceling the Wi-Fi. So, unfortunately, although I don't like this other service at all, I'm going to do some. It was improved, like the signal was upgraded drastically, and I'm going to put some different upgrades in it. Hook up some stuff to it tomorrow for the stream, and we'll see if it works better than it did before. All right, and if it doesn't work, We'll figure out something else, and at some point, hopefully soon, we'll have perfect internet. But it should work much better than it did before when it was buffering. So yeah, that is the reason he did that. So just to give you an update about what happened. Bro, I'm in the Amazon. I'm looking for some cryptids. I'm looking for Bigfoot in the Amazon. That's what I'm doing. Yes, exactly, Brig. I plan ahead, and like the day that the internet was installed, I we had the system improved for the other. We had the upgrades improved for the other for Cox drastically. And Cox isn't perfect, especially where I am because of some disaster that happened. So at some point I may get some other type of service, maybe, but I have ways of improving the situation. I have a couple of backups, so we'll see how it works tomorrow. It's gonna be experimental. We'll see how it works, and if something doesn't go right, we'll figure out something else. But yes, everything was improved with the old system. Okay, here on this channel, we could talk about pretty much everything and anything, and we talk about aliens, cryptids, true crime, trial stuff, and even anything else. We talk about too. And Oh, yeah, aliens. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, yeah. Okay, let's see some of these things. Oh, I was scared. I don't think that had any technology though. It was just a big ugly thing searching like it was the watering hole. There wasn't enough for it. And also, uh, let's see. This is a plant that is from. This is a plant that is a type of ancient wheat that, and also an herbal plant. It's not the other kind of plant y'all might think it is. And thank you for the hog. Thank you for UFO story. Let's see. Bigfoot. Okay, yeah. Go to North Canada. You'll find some craft. Yeah. Anyway, so a friend. You have. You don't have any friends, friend. That's why you have to deal with my plant talk. All right. So, friend, I think with the Miami incident is that, yeah. So, for y'all that don't know, there was a Miami incident that happened a while back, and when this occurred, there was these aliens that were seen out in the public, out in the open. So I think that it was likely something very strange, and I think it was likely real. Also, so that's what I think it was. A hello, open Bible. All right. So Bigfoot draws man coincidence. Bigfoot. All right. Let's go here. All right. All right, and they were giants in Miami, chase people. Yeah. So in Miami, it was like there's like surveillance footage of these giant things running around and chasing people, and it may have been one of those interdimensional beings, or it could have been a prank, or it could have been someone of our own people. You know, it could have been a hoax, but yeah, it probably was likely some other extraterrestrial type entity. Yes, friend, I think that they're connected with the UFO phenomenon. Definitely, I'll explain. So Epstein was part of an occultic, organization. So you have all these elites and these powerful people, and they were Epstein's island. He has monuments that were built for the Greek gods, and because there's a temple on his island, and a lot of these entities draw energy from people in distress and the adrenochrome that is harvested from blood. Now, this is a little graphic, and this is a conspiracy theory. So and I'll be even a little bit more water it down a little bit too, in a way for you for everybody to understand it in layman's terms. But so basically, there's these evil spirits that these occults worship or believe in, and although there are good aliens, there's also some bad ones too, or that would fall into the bracket of extraterrestrials. And they were appeasing these beings, and they give energy back to them, right? It's kind of like it's like an exchange. They will give them a sacrifice, and they will get back to them, powers, youth, or whatever this world has to offer. And friends, so far you're doing all right now. You're doing all right now. Yeah. And yes, for right now, you seem cool. Also, what happened in this situation, the these fallen entities, these aliens, whatever, were absorbing the energy from the atrocities that they were committing. So that's how they're connected. These elites that are powerful people believe in these occultic practices, and they worship entities that we known as like lizard aliens, stuff like that. And that is how they're connected. So the like you hear about these conspiracy theories with the lizard people. The thing about the lizard people, that is what they're connected to, the reptilians. All right. And a friend said, "Do you know anything about aliens in the Puerto Rico trench?" Yes, I know things about that. Okay, so friend, uh, in Puerto Rico, this is what I know. In Puerto Rico, especially around the time there was drone sightings, there were these UFOs that were being seen, and a lot of them look like the Ophium. They look like wheels within wheels, and these things were floating around. And I know somebody in Puerto Rico that was telling me about what his experience was, and he said they look just like that. So that is what I know, that there is orbs and UAPs, UFOs that were seen along with drones out there. The drones too. So that is what I know about it. Yeah, and I do believe that USOs come from the ocean, right? I believe that there's UFOs that come from the deep oceans. And what happens is the UFOs will come from underwater and they'll go back underwater and go on a landing pad. So that is something that they do. I think it is extremely important to know that in Puerto Rico they have very deep, deep waters. So I do think they'll come out of there too. And people tell me from the coast that they see things coming from the water. So I don't doubt for a second that there are USOs and other various types of uh, other terrestrial objects that are floating around in that area. So yeah. Okay, friend said there are some gravity anomalies in Puerto Rico Trench. It's north of the island. I think there's more to the story that those ties Epstein. Yes, yes, I agree. I agree because he was on this isolated island, and I do believe that they're connected with the aliens too. Especially the governments have made deals with the aliens in the past for their technology. So yeah, I didn't know about the trench, the Puerto Rico trench, but I'm glad you brought that to my attention. And so yeah, that is my theory about how Epstein is connected with extraterrestrials, or that whole thing is connected with him, and why you know we learned some fun facts about the Puerto Rico trench as well from chat. Okay, let's see. Those USOs must have some kind of space warping technology. Their speed and high, so high that they would cause crazy large wakes if it was regular propulsion. All right, beneath the Puerto Rico Trench is a mass dense of anti gravity pull on the surface of the ocean, causing a dip in somewhat. So there's a supernatural vortex inside the Puerto Rico Trench. That is quite compelling. And Nonconformist says, "What phone are you on? I'm having trouble locating." And let's see. Let's see about this. How about that? All right. So Earthy says, if they wanted us to lead it, would they be dead or controlled a long time ago? Will they working with UAP aliens doing what? I'm guessing donating humans to them. That's why there are past future. And okay, and a friend says T. Townsend Brown, the person behind the electrographics field, went to expand over Puerto Rico Trench in 1933. Ah, okay. That is very good. He did that. It almost reminds me of the Bermuda Triangle, too. So, with the vortex field that is there, definitely must help the aliens be able to capture the signal of going out and blasting off into different realms from the ocean. So, yeah, definitely that expedition was necessary because there's something going on down there, and I like to certainly know more about what you know about it, also. And all right. Yes, donating humans for exchange of technology. Because a lot of times with the humans, they want people, they want the humans, the earthlings, they want their bodies. Yes, friend, we are cool now. Yes. Yeah, with the alien technologies that exist, I think that it is very cool to observe them, but the aliens themselves have made deals with the governments to experiment on humans in exchange for their technology. That is what the payment was. Right. So a lot of times with these aliens, they like to arrive in remote locations and they take people, they take the earthlings and they abduct them to their spacecraft. For instance, there's been giant hybrids that were created, just like the giant of Kandahar and Afghanistan, although some people think it's fake. There has been 11 people that went missing and died that were dealing with anti-gravity technology, and it's very suspicious. All right. Have you ever seen or heard the lights and spacecraft that were flying over Oklahoma? I would look into that. I live in a farm and go hiking, and to say the least, I've seen some odd stuff and it terrified me. Thank you, Chill. Thank you, Chill, for your take on the UFOs and your experience. And I do believe I've heard of that before, and I do think that you saw sightings from the extraterrestrials or whatever they are. And definitely, they give off something weird, huh? They give off something kind of creepy. Not all aliens are bad, but they can be kind of strange. Now, something that I was watching earlier, chat, is that there is this story of a crop circle that appeared, and it was in binary. And the aliens were warning to not listen to the aliens that are giving people free technology because they're allegedly going to try to improve our technology because it's a Trojan horse. And the Trojan horse is something that we're warned about by other aliens. So I do think it's possible that the aliens pretending to be our friend could be a problem. Now, there are, you know, so many instances like the Ebians, right? There is Planet Serpo. And I heard it earlier on my live stream. So earlier, Mark and I were He was talking about there's a crop circle with an alien face and a circle next to him. It was a crop circle with a gray alien as the picture, and they discovered that it was in binary, and they decoded what it means, and that's what it said. It's just to be aware of aliens that are trying to give out free technology, and it's a Trojan horse. Yes, exactly, exactly. And as the Bible says, beware of wolves and sheep. To be aware of wolves in sheep's clothing. And if aliens were smart enough to travel space to come to us, Earth, they wouldn't waste their time with us. Customs, in a way, I can see why Earthlings wouldn't be that great either. And I don't know. Maybe they're on expedition. Maybe they're going to different lands and they want to help us, or maybe they want to go and take our resources, or they envy us, or whatever. How would they envy us? Is I don't know what that is, but sometimes it happens. And oh, hello, Doug. Hello, Dougie. Welcome to the stream. We can even go to Mars and back, and you think intelligent life forms that can wants to come interact with us. Customs, I don't think that at all. When you see for thousands of years in the history of humanity, the people are seeing these UFOs in the sky, and people are seeing these alien encounters. It's like if I show you this right here, right? I show you this green plant, and you tell me a green plant wouldn't want to be in this garden. Look at this as a green plant in your face, okay? So obviously, if you see a green plant right here, it's there. You know, I don't know what they are, but it's there, and that's what I'm saying. And it's like there's something there, and they could be from other planets. They could be us from the future. They could be a variety of different things. But the sky's blue. The sky's blue. You know, it's like if you and I are out in the middle of the woods, right, like this, right, and chilling, and we see a flying saucer, and we see gray aliens come out the flying saucer, it is what it is. All right, Indonesia, 2009. U.S. Marine Michael Herser, along with fellow Marines, encountered a U.S. Black Ops team that disarmed them. Michael mentioned a Black Ops team that was providing security in a black craft. And interesting, interesting. Okay. Oh, thank you, Shadows, for liking the flowers, and they definitely mess with us. We're easy to manipulate. Yeah, exactly. Humans are easy to manipulate, dude. Yeah, and I'll give you an image of an oval UFO in the sky, seen through with outline 3-story glowing, and lined perfectly around the ship, and head without a sound, and even the breeze. Right. Hello, Nana. Thank you. Um. Thank you, friend. Okay. Hello, Eddie. And oh yeah, happy 420, Carl. Yeah. And let's see, what is the purpose of this live stream? What's going on? Hello, Matt. Welcome to the spaceship. I want everybody that's here right now, even if I don't necessarily get across your message, I appreciate all of you, and thank you all for being here and chatting with us. All right, Jill, it's okay. I will read words that aren't even there, so you know, so it's all right, dude. It's all good. And if aliens were here with great technology to help make the pyramids, they would really disappointed by with our technology now. I agree, customs. They certainly would be disappointed about how we used it to go. We wouldn't kill each other off. We had nuclear wars and destruction everywhere. I mean, we did a lot of things to each other that weren't good. So they definitely would be disappointed with it. Happy birthday, Devin, and happy 420 to you, also. Aliens are so cool. Think about it, though. There's so much wacky and crazy, unexplainable things happening. So neat to talk about. Yes, Cow, exactly. It's so fascinating to talk about the extraterrestrials and what they could be and what's going on here. Because we don't, even if they're not real, And I'll be the first one. If I'm wrong, I will say that we were wrong and there's no aliens. I'll say it right now if it's true. But if we don't see what's there, I think that it's extremely important to see that in general, right? And you see, a lot of times with alien encounters, like let's say someone finds an alien, and let's see if you see something that's an alien, right? The thing about it is a lot of times it's okay. There's an Ebian story, right? There's Planet Serpo, and that story, right? So there's the Ebians that exist, and hello Gumbo, and let's see anybody else. All right. Anyway, so that's what I think. You know, aliens. There's Ebians, right? One time, I'll give you two stories. Now, there's people that have been abducted by aliens that have had bad experiences with them, and there's other people that have had good experiences with them. So it depends on the alien. An octopus in a closet thing. We have to do aliens on Earth. Okay. Also, Jonathan Wagan, another U.S. Marine running ops Peru, 1998, encountered downed UFO craft and was quickly surrounded by Doe personnel. Doe took Jonathan weeks, I think. Okay. So very good, friend. Very good. And Doe is Department of Energy. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I wasn't really too sure what Doe was exactly. All right. All right, second go image of a perfect oval UFO shape, size of a baseball field, not with a row of bottom, but a glowing square window, was staring at us and said, "You are sure about these?" Ah, okay. Oh, Dougie, I agree with you, Dougie. Definitely. I think that those are very real, and the extraterrestrials. You know, just with all of the things that we have in our galaxy, there has to be something there. You know, but I'm going to explain the. I definitely think that there's with all the billions of galaxies and stars. Yes, I the Jinn. Yes, correct, Mace. Yeah, I know what the Jinn are. Yeah, over Middle East they call them Jinn. It's the same thing. We call them a variety of different things in the West. You know, ghosts, uh, spiritual creatures, entities. Yeah, I know what the Jinn are. That is a way to describe them. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. They are the Jinn. Yes. And for those that don't know, the Jinn are similar like a genies from Aladdin. Like you rub a lamp and a thing comes out of it. They can be either good or bad, the Jinn, and that comes from the Middle Eastern culture. But yes, it's the same thing with what I'm talking about. Yeah, all these different cultures around the world saw the similar things. All right, aliens could be among us. That is very true. That is very true. Oh, hello, Sandra. Welcome to the stream. Yes, they all have something. Correct. Correct. And also, apparently, it seems that the shooting stars stop Jin from going to heaven. Also, So definitely, because there are bad ones and good ones. Now, I do think that there are aliens from other planets, and from the west, it was something that would be the they are extra dimensional beings, are Jinn as well. Yes, yes, correct. And also now from the Western theology, like Christian theology and culture, we would also call those things the bad ones. We would call demons or something. Evil spirits is another word for it, because the evil spirit would be non-denominational or non-religious, and religion would call it, from the West, would call it demons, and the good ones would be angels. That's how we would call them angels and demons. But yeah, in general, they would also be considered the Jinn, which are the other beings that we were talking about. Same thing. It just different cultures call them different things. And yeah, so the other interdimensional beings, which are like what he was talking about, Jinn, they come in various shapes and sizes. They could be very variety different things. I do think that they are. Oh, hello, Lisa. Welcome to the stream. Earthy, I do agree with you. I agree with you too. And Mace said, all right, and let's see, the missing 411. I think it's related to alien paranormal phenomenon. And by the way, okay, so let's see, uh, missing 411. I think that related to alien paranormal phenomenon. Missing 411 covers common characteristics among people and missing in the world, various places in Canada. Okay, Mace says used to be a Christian. Well, I'm still a Christian, and I like it. But I respect all religions, but I Christianity works for me. So anyway, yes. Bless you too, Mace. And yes, Jinn were created before man. Okay, okay. Yeah, I think I've heard about that. I don't know if the angels or Jinn were created first in that theology. I don't know, but that is a interesting concept right there. Let's see. All right, and by the way, I am a Christian. For those that don't know, and we have Earthy said, weird how Epstein was one of the founders of 4chan, and how the CIA and FBI were behind it also. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that. Oh, yeah. Hello, Sense. Good to see you. Aren't those just stars? I grabbed him and made him hide under a brush, and he was shocked in 5 minutes and calmed him down. And I see, and yeah, that's what I definitely think with the we are all brothers and sisters. We come from the same place, man. Yes, I agree. And hello, Cherbro. And I do believe, Mace, that religion does divide people, and we all come from the same thing. And yes, and it's good to find common ground and talk out things. Yeah, but as I said, we all have our different takes and opinions on things, and because we're not all going to agree on the same thing. Oh, okay, Earthy. He's going to practice remote viewing before leaving work. Have a good day, my dudes. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for being here, and nice talking to you, Earthy. Take care, bro. We came here from, and it was nice, warm hair. Okay. 27 religions before Elu, whom father, and visit the fatherless in their afflictions. Uh, Pure religion is before Elohim the Father. This is visit from the fatherless and widows of their affliction and ones sustained in their world. James 13. Oh yeah, yeah, and Earthy is a pro, and he's very good at remote viewing. Oh, you did yoga and astral projection. Yeah, I think astral projection is something like I wouldn't personally do, but there are people that have done it before that are good people. But yeah, that is a very trippy spiritual experience right there. It looks like a way familiar from chips and LSD. All right. Oh, Joseph, my bro, good to see you, fam. My view on Hinduism. Okay, now with Hinduism, I'm more familiar with Buddhism, but Hinduism is an interesting religion. They have lots of gods in that religion. Now, I think, in my opinion, that with the gods, those gods could have been those aliens or interdimensional beings that is believed in Hinduism. And I will also say the Hindu artwork in their depictions of things is very fascinating. I will say, the humanoid, animalistic looking creatures, I think, is a very good artwork. I'm not completely familiar with everything about Hinduism, but I know about it, but not too much about it. But yeah, I think they could be interdimensional beings, either good or bad. Okay, and May says the original Hyde text says that the creator in something we cannot imagine. Hinduism comes from yoga. Okay, but I do like meditations, which I think that's more Buddhism. Well, I think they both do meditation, but I do think that there is things in Buddhism like the meditation stuff. So if Hinduism does meditation, I think that is really cool. You know that they do that, and it does seem like a peaceful people. As I said, I don't know much about them. But I think they're peaceful, and that's my thoughts on them. Okay, yes, I was under a guru for 5 years before I was Muslim. Oh, okay. So you know a little bit about it. Okay, got you. And the original text says Hindu comes from yoga. Okay, yeah, yoga is cool. I think that's very good for the body, and I do believe that God sent messengers and prophets all over the world to different civilizations. So there probably is truth within them. I'm more familiar with Buddhism. Yeah, that's okay. You can be an atheist. I personally think, like, look, like you see all this stuff right here. I believe that there is something that had to create all this, in my opinion. I don't think it came from random chance. Oh, lots of. Oh, yeah, understood, Joseph. Understood. Oh, okay. Quite long. Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you. Yes, I'm aware of the chants, like more from Buddhism, like the Om chants, like with Zen Buddhism. But yes, that chants are very interesting there. Yeah, and what the monks do with that, I believe it is good for the spirit and soul. And I think that yoga is fine to do in those types of meditations. I do think God wanted people to, unless there's something people I'm missing, chat. But I do think some of that stuff is all right to do. Oh, okay. Now he said I study Sufism. Now we study chant from the Quran. Oh, okay, okay. Uh, very interesting. Yeah, Sufism. I know about that. Uh, I don't know what y'all call them. If y'all call them a faction or a sect of Islam, Sufism. I've heard about that one before. Yeah, Mother Nature. Chanting channels frequencies said to open realms. Yes, Joseph, that is true. That is true. I think that it could be used for something positive and or negative too. It could be either one, hypothetically. But for those that are in there, they could tell me if they think it's right or wrong. Oh, it does, Joseph. Okay. Thank you for letting us know. And okay, May says Sufi meditation is like East Way, just following. Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. And uh, the meditation was elevation for free. Okay. We follow Muhammad, peace be upon him, and spiritual chain. Oh, okay. Gotcha. And meditation was elevation for. Yeah. Now, I have heard with meditation, with a downside to it is that it could lead you spiritually to another realm of a spiritual realm that makes you kind of in a bad state, or a numb state that might not be what God wants. But yeah, and I hear what you're saying, Joseph. Although I think there are Christian prayers that I'm a Christian as well, and I appreciate your take on it. Oh, hello there, mermaid. Welcome to the stream. Let's see, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. And hello, D. I can respect individuality and genuine human up to your individuality starts coexist. That's very good. And yeah, so I think it could be used for something good meditation, or it could be used for something not good. And yeah, that's my take on it. And Nora says, I told my boyfriend that is time atheist, but he said he dreams crazy because he said it's like a certain religion about a guy in black skin and water, but I forgot which one. I have never heard of anything like that before. Okay, Indigo, depends on which light is in the heart. Okay. And we abuse our technology. Yeah, I do think that with technology, it definitely can be abused. And okay, May, so it's nice chatting with you. Blessings and take care. Okay. So yeah, that's what I think basically is that, or the technology I think has been used for a lot of good things. And another thing that happened with our technology is that it's used for good a lot of times, and other times it's used for bad things. Wait a minute. Let's see what he's saying right here. Oh, thank you, Mace. All right. So, boyfriend, the crazy atheist who dreams of crazy things like a certain religion about a guy with blue skin and water. Oh, yeah. The blue skin and water, that has to do with an Indian religion. But actually, I was talking about that last night. They didn't, they technically didn't have blue skin. The Indians depicted them with blue skin. The They're also depicted with dark gray skin, and they had flying saucers that came from underwater, and the Ven Emmas. That's what they were called. They had these. They were blue, and they were blue entities. The reason why they depicted them as blue entities because they were a type of sky people, but they technically had dark gray skin, so they're pretty much similar to the grays. So that is what those are. And see, sorry for a message with two parts, and it had to type the whole word out. Okay. Norse, I skin believe is depicted of the movie Avatar, blue skin, white, like taller grays. Oh, thank you, Joseph, for taking that. And so, yeah, it came from the Hindus, not necessarily Hindus, but the Indian religions. They had these gods that had these flying ships. Oh yes, Nana, yeah. Oh yeah. Last night was hilarious. We had one wonderful time on the spaceship. We did. And blue skin are also deities in Hinduism and Buddhism. Correct, Joseph. Correct. Yes. Yeah, mermaid. And by the way, the new level name Hans, I thought that was hilarious. Is when I saw the video that you put out, mermaid. I was like, whoa. There's a level named Hans. Scared. So yeah, that was very cool. That I saw that. Yeah. And Nana, that was hilarious. And that's what we learned last night about those deities. Yeah. And so where to proof of the aliens? Okay, and by the way, hello Joseph, welcome to the stream, buddy. Have you heard of the Kabbalah practice of vampirism? Kabbalah. Yeah, I'm aware of what you're talking about. Yes, and also the proof of aliens. That's a very good question. And I want to inform you that it's possible aliens may not really be there what we think they are, but with aliens existing, possibly there's been existence without. Okay, back in ancient times, people talked about gods and the existence of these gods, right? And they had some of them had flying ships. The scripture talks about these flying saucers and these flying saucers that exist. I have heard about them before in other religions from a long time ago. And another thing that happened besides that is the Bible talks about the chariots of fire. And various traditions and folklore talk about ghosts from other dimensions. And verses about chariots of fire. Okay, let's see where we could find that at. Let's see. And yeah, I think even back in the Middle Ages, there are these ships flying in the sky. Even in ancient Rome, they talked about them. In 2 Kings 2:11-12, and it came to pass and still went on, and talked behold, a parent chariot of fire and horses of fire, and parted from both of them, unashamed that Elijah went into whirlwind in heaven. So that is what we talked about. All right, and Celtic says they can't travel at light speed. Well, if they can't travel at light speed, they're entering some kind of a way in our atmosphere. If they're not going to speed of light, they're going in another speed. D, sometimes maybe, shout out to all the mods and Nana and all of them. But yeah, it just maybe it may have been an accident or maybe a mistake. It's all good. Oh, hello, Norman. I'll see what you're saying right here, Norman. You said something else earlier. Let's see. Try to find it. I'll find it eventually. They're called genies, Jinn, and Arabian folklore. Okay. Thank you. And Norman, shout out to you. Glad that you're with us on the stream. And you said something else earlier, and thank you for whatever you said. As I'm trying to see. And going down this way. We follow divine way of self-enlightenment. The truth comes after we die. Okay, thank you. Okay, I got you. Pirates there on the Hormuz Straits. Oh, y'all got pirates out there, Norman? Yeah. Oh, hello, Carlos. Good to see you. So, with the Norman, with the pirates, I know over there in these different countries in Asia and Middle East, which Asia is in the Middle East. They're both the same thing. The basically with MIB, right? Yeah, with the pirates, especially in Somalia, there's pirates in Africa, and yeah, they go in these little tugboat things, these little dinghy boats, and they go and attack bigger ships, like cargo ships and stuff. So I'm sure it's quite spooky. Those waters can be quite spooky. By the way, I got a pirate hat on myself, and from the Pirates of the Caribbean type stuff. That's the hat I have right now. But Yeah, pirates are very interesting, but of course the pirates are very something that one may not really want to encounter. Okay. Crazy about how we were just talking about Puerto Rico and UAP and came across a video, not coincidence, it's called 2013 New England, Puerto Rico. Oh, amen, brother. Amen, brother. That is awesome you found that. Oh, Todd, thank you. There's been a debate about that. It's like I was told it was like the Asian side because one time we were talking about where like what continent Christ Jesus came from, and they're telling me he came from Asia technically, and it's like yeah, I don't know. So it must be some sort of ambiguity about what exactly Middle East is. And but thank you, Todd. And this guy's big idea is to eat batteries, and he's going to convince you're going to get into his weary of ancestral metal. And yeah, let's see. And Russian are letting people pay to be ships, wanting them pirates only pirates with heavy machines, guns. Not joking. Well, thank you, Joseph. I didn't know that. I got you. And Earthy says the water doesn't fall off the one because they have their own gravitational field and they don't follow the same laws principles. Exactly. They don't go by our laws of physics. And yeah, I think that it is extremely fascinating to see what these things are capable of doing. I mean, they could really do so much. And I think it is absolutely what baffles people today is that these beings are going through different dimensions and traveling through different wavelengths and defying our laws of physics, which many people think they're not real. But yeah, they're either from another dimension or they're from our dimension. I mean, for instance, we were talking about Bigfoot the other night and the skunk ape. And with the skunk apes, you know, they're these smelly, hairy things that are there. And also, you know, people that encounter it think it's very spooky and scary and startling. And I definitely think that would be it too, to realize. And let's see. Thank you. I'll look into that, but nothing surprises me. Everything like trafficking, harvesting, hunting children for force for adrenochrome, etc. Yeah, all that stuff is extremely haunting, indeed. And start whistling to get some feedback. Well, if I start whistling, I might see a ghost. If I saw a ghost in my, if I saw a ghost that looked like me, I might run. So scared. So that is what we're doing there. Yeah, it definitely there's lots of hoaxes out there, and there are situations where people have seen so many entities throughout time. And also, what happened was, yeah. Anyway, so what happened was when Epstein stuff started coming out, people really were understanding that there's all these conspiracy theories people talk about a lot of times are real. So sometimes it seems that a conspiracy theory is actually a preview about what's about to happen. Hello, Mark. Arg. The Fresno Nightwalkers. Let's go there. And let's go all the way here. Let's talk the Fresno Nightwalkers. All right, the Fresno Nightwalkers, also known as the Fresno Alien, is a cryptid that has four notable appearances as far as them in California and Fresno on the other, Yosemite National Park. Both sightings only seen video footage. A man in Poland has claimed to seen a creature. There has been other sightings of Billing, Montana in April 2020. And sightings. There have been many possible sightings in the night crawlers from Carmel area. Creatures, a thin, armless, pale white humanoid creature seen in Ohio. The witness, a 60-year-old farmer marine yet to be named, and his wife were driving near Camel on December 12, 2014, when they came up a hill, saw 7 foot tall, slender gray creature, which is known as the Central Carmel area. Exactly. When it's like I think the Skinny Bob video is another alien video that isn't being debunked yet. And now the night crawlers. Very well said, chat. Epstein connection to Peter Thiel and JD Vance scares me. Yeah, definitely earthy. And Joseph says, yeah, the adrenochrome. Yep, very true. Al Gore is a clone farm in Alaska. Yeah, okay. So night crawlers. The creature has also been spotted in Yosemite, where footage was taken again from what appears to be another security camera. This time are two creatures, one being very small, and the other foot tall creatures can be clearly seen, as well as the appearance. Hello, I'm new to this channel. I won a Sasquatch hunting yesterday, and I found a real life fairy, and I also have Shadow Man on video. Okay, Bomb, thank you for your take. I do think those things are actually real, so glad you documented it, and welcome to the spaceship. And so the creature has been spotted in Yosemite, where footage was again taken from appearance to be another security camera. This time, there are two creatures, one being very small and 1.5 meters, and the other being feet. And in 1 foot, and one is 1 foot. And the creature can be clearly seen in what appears to be some sort of weebling connected from the knees and upper body from at least larger ones. The cryptid also has been videotaped in Poland, and this time with what appears to be handheld camera. Judging from shakiness of the footage, the creature cannot be seen from too long, and appearance to be small traits of larger taft and Yosemite. And home surveillance at 9:45 p.m. 4/25/2020. After sightings near the place where the creatures was spotted, home owner found deleted deer inside and suggests the Fresno sandwalker killed or at least wounded, likely from the plants. Oh, thank you, Ted. Glad that you like it. Oh, I agree, Ted. The one from Vegas is very hard to debunk too. Hello, Outlaw. Welcome to the show. Explanations. Yeah, Outlaw Hobo. And an alien extraterrestrial being, a new species, possibly a primate, and short arms, no arms at all. Misidentified deer standing upright. Pants or puppies, a wire. A bird walking like a crane. Yes, I will. Thank you. Thank you. It's a possum chat. My pleasure, Journey. Right, so that's what the night crawlers and the night crawlers are that the user mentioned. Right. All right. Earthy says, yeah, I could imagine being deleted for speaking the truth. Most feel revolutionary at this point. Fascinating timeline we're in. Yeah, yeah, definitely. I brought my rocket launcher. AT. I brought my rocket launcher. You're welcome, Ted. It's an honor, definitely. And Brandy whistleblower taken from us exposing Merc. Oh, amen. Yeah, may he rest in peace. Yeah, a lot of times they'll go and try to censor people that were talking about the truth. Thank you, Hobo. I got some other stuff over here. The vegetables were harvested in winter, but I got some more coming up. All right, these are some cool flowers, by the way. Cool flowers right here. Yeah, because of censorship and stuff like that. Yeah. And let's see. It seems that the scientists being unalived were trying to disrupt natural order of things, putting information don't want to reveal, yet also seem like they tried to work with her. Yeah. I know, but if you look at these, see that one's pink. Definitely they're undulating. Yeah, Uncle Mel. Yeah. Okay. All right, she wasn't complicit. Right. Right, that is a sprout. Yeah, be respectful, chat. As if the trolls respect the basement, as they respect their basement, respect the stream. Right, and so we got these plants sprouting right here. Oh, hello, Destiny. Welcome to the stream. I remember you from this morning. Yes. Yeah. So definitely. So this is what it looks like at night. All right. It's pretty. It's like being in a horror movie. And also, we're going to go through. This is the Jurassic Park area. So into Jurassic, and yeah, it's like, the some thing's gonna jump out at you. That's what it looks like. Yeah. It's like a trapdoor by the chair, definitely. Oh, Lindsay, my friend, it's so good to see you. And I, we are talking about different tonight. We're talking about alien conspiracy theories. The the 11 scientists that were deleted, and if aliens are real or not, and how they're connected to ancient religions. We're all over the place, and we had a very big crowd tonight. Yes, that is true, Ted. That's very well said, right there. Yeah. Those are tomatoes. We'll see if they, whenever they come up. And that's the cauliflower. Oh, Holly. Well, it's so great to see you. Welcome to the stream. Oh, okay, 15 plus. So Earthy has estimates that it's 13 plus. And I believe aliens are fallen angels or okay demons. Yeah, Journey. I am leaning strongly towards that theory. Although I do believe that there is aliens on other planets. I do believe that a lot of them are demons disguised as aliens. I do agree with that. Now, oh, the cat, he is sleeping somewhere. Claude is sleeping over in the yard, I think. Yeah, so I'll explain to chat what the aliens and fallen angels are. So there's a theory that there is these, from the Book of Enoch, there are these watchers. That is an adorable kitty right there, random. And we are walking around my spooky garden at night, and we're talking about aliens and ancient connections to them and scientists that went missing and anything else. Yeah, Raph, there's frost on the plants. But yeah, so the Book of Enoch, talks about these fallen angel entities, these watchers, and they went with Earth people and created hybrids, and that's what those things that we see are. Now, I do think there are some of them could be aliens from other planets, and I think some could be interdimensional. So yeah, I definitely believe about the fallen angel theory too, and a couple other ones as well. And also, we got this right here. Yeah, that is true. The plants are talking. The plants have ears too, as well. These are pretty cool right here. And I'm heading home to practice remote viewing. I might pop in when I'm done safe. Oh, yes, Earthy, salute to you. Journey, very good question. Very good question. No, I'm not in Florida. No. I'm somewhere in the South, but I'm not in Florida. And, all right, Journey says, all right, Journey, this is the thing about Sasquatch. The Sasquatch is this ancient being that the natives in America talked about. And it was this wise creature that would teach them things, and it was a good entity. Now, it can be very possessive and territorial and protective and act crazy to protect something, but it is a known species in the ancient America. So now in the woods, people will see these things. Now, if they are biological organisms, if the reason that is because the biological organisms, like some sort of humanoid or hominid that broke off from us, or the interdimensional hypothesis is that, which I think they're interdimensional, because the Bigfoot can appear and disappear, right? And when they can appear and disappear, that is howdy tone. That is what they do. Like a Bigfoot can appear and then it could walk away and it vanishes. So I do believe that they are interdimensional, or at least have access to some other dimension. Oh, Nana, congrats! And Martha, Nemo, Los Angeles, Lady Cat, and G Man, and Matthew. Well, thank you, Holly, for the memberships. Awesome. Oh yeah, and cloaking. I have pictures of one, and it has an ape face hiding in a tree top. Yes, yes, and as I said, they are ape-like beings. I do agree with that. And they also, as I said, I believe they're interdimensional. They're doing cloaking. Very good said. And that's what I definitely think. I definitely think that about Bigfoot, and people all over the world see Yetis, and there's something called the skunk ape. So the skunk ape is something that usually is from Florida, and it smells really bad, and it's kind of smaller, and it lives in the swamps and stuff. But people in other parts of the country, like out west, also have seen the skunk ape sightings too. So yeah, it could be something from our realm, but it seems like it's something interdimensional. So whatever it is, it's disguising itself as an ape creature, but it really probably looks like something else in the long term. There's been a lot of talk about Bigfoot and Chewbacca being related, Chewbacca being actually a real Sasquatch. Can you comment on that? Oh, yes, yes. I think that is a very good question, and I'm going to go dive into like this borderline theory right here. Yes, I believe in the Skinwalker. That's true. And good morning, boss. Always good to see you, buddy. And why people say Natcher is unalive? Yes. So let's see the Chewbacca connection. So Chewbacca is an entity from Star Wars, and he is, obviously an alien being of some kind. And Chewbacca is, I would say, he is a Bigfoot species. He's related to Bigfoot because the types of entities we see are interdimensional, something from some other universe, right? And in Star Wars, they are able to, you know, get to know these beings better. They could have brought them from Earth, or they could have also met them on other planets in intergalactic ways. So yeah, I think that's what Chewbacca is. He's a Bigfoot creature, like what we see now. And in the future, whenever the Star Wars event happens, they will see, be friends with Bigfoot type creatures, and maybe go to their planet or a planet with Bigfoots. They might just all be all over the universe. So that is the explanation about it. That it's able to pass through different realms, and maybe we either brought it there or they were already traveling around. Oh, yes, Tanel. Tanel, that is a good question. What this is supposed to be like ASMR. Like imagine you're watching a video like Chills or Chilly Scares or Mr. Nightmare or something like that, right? And you're watching, his video. And a lot of times they'll do these videos of walking around in these types of woods while you're listening to some scary story. That's the same type of concept but happening live in a live discussion. So it's like a ASMR loop. But I am physically here walking and talking to you all. I'm literally just pacing around and just filming things over and over. That's what I'm doing. Yeah. I know, bro, it's trippy. I'm about to give this. See, you don't need any kind of mushrooms. You got my stream to trip out on. Right. The birds are waking up. And see, the looking through random lives and swear that that bush with the white flower was in my feed 8 hours ago. Oh, scared, man. You see, I'm just like omnipresent, and I guess YouTube's recommending any. Well, shout out to YouTube for pumping this out here. But yeah, yeah, it's like being under a trance, like under the moonlight. like the vampire trance. Yes. Yes, I do, Eater. I absolutely do. You know, you could ask Underboss. We have gnomes and fairies here. I've told him about them before. All right, chat, and that's the sun. This is the twilight, and that's a cypress tree. Sun about to come up. You're in New Zealand. Oh, we got a lot of people from New Zealand and Australia on this channel. So, welcome, brethren. Yes, I got fairies too. I heard something over there. Scared. Yeah, relaxing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. A lot of people like these streets to get through the night. Okay, a journey. I will. I will. Is the planet Earth the flat one or the global disk one per I'm in serious? Earth seems like there's ambiguity about it. It could be what you're saying, but more than often, it seems like it very well may be another one, right? It is allegedly round, but some believe it has flatness to it. Yeah, you see that I thought that too, bro. I thought that too, bro. Let's look at these together. I like to live in New Zealand and see where the Lord of the Rings was made, The Hobbit. Yes, yeah, that'd be very cool to see. See, like, look at these plants. Like, have y'all seen the footage of the man seen to have caught a fairy on film? Yeah, yes, I saw that the other day. All right, Destiny says you're doing amazing. So nice to be respectful, and he teaches about something every day. And I gotta go because I had GD, meaning final grade 12. Oh, okay. Good luck with that, and have a blessed day, Destiny. Take care. And yeah, fairy with two kids. Right. Okay. Anyway, I know I'm like telling bro to like to look at all this stuff, and he's like, "Is that weed?" I'm like, "Bro, look at this stuff. Look at this stuff, bro." Anyway, yes, yes, I saw that too. They are here. Scared. Yes, it will be respectful. Scared. Yes, fairies have families. Yeah, UAP has he has great films of orbs. All right, so this is actually the natives of the United States. This is a random plant that grows in abandoned places, but this is technically a plant that ancient natives grew in the United States, and that's why it's domesticated. That's why it looks the way it looks. And they used to make uh, bread and stuff out of them, and they would make herbal medicines too. But yeah, it looks related to another plant, but it isn't that other plant. It's pyrite weed. Okay, It's like it was like if we did a movie, right? And there's a scene where we run through the fields of weed, and I go really quick like this, right? It's like, yeah, this is a weed farm and some like fictitious, you know, a thing, right? But it's actually just pyrite weed, right? But like, say like we're going quick scene, right? We're just kind of, oh, that's the weed. We have to go this way. That's technically would work, but technically it's not really weed in a broad sense of things. When I was a kid, I'm like that must be what I think it is, but it's not what I think it is. Fairy took my tooth when I was young. $5, is that a good deal? Yeah, that is a good deal. Yeah, the dark purple color. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Indigo says someone said that we may not be in vice granites, yes, but this earth nature is somewhere and we humans left it would invade everywhere. Yeah. Yeah. Journey says I made my mind. I'm not going to show people in real life where that fairy is living because they will go and try to lead her or burn her tree down and cut it. Yeah, there's like poachers, just like with animals. Like there's poachers and people that want to try to exterminate things. Yeah, don't disclose her location. Oh, it's missing an arm or two. Okay. Natives weren't here first. It was the Clovis and Burnings, ancient Polynesians, and a couple of others. Whoever they were, they grew that plant. Oh, what I do, I could eat these things if I wanted to, but I don't usually eat them. I don't. I've never eaten these before, by the way. Like for instance, that is edible too, and but what I do is I grow vegetables, and we have some vegetables coming up right here. Like we have vegetables there. Oh, that's not much, but we do have some coming up. Journey, she trusted you. That's why. And oh, it's not come up yet, but that's where the tomatoes might come up. That is a cauliflower area. But right here, what we have left over from winter that's still growing is broccoli. Oh yeah, foraging is smart. Oh, I do foraging. You know, I haven't really eaten much of them, but yeah, definitely these are, some of these are edible. Yes, foraging is very smart. Definitely. All right. Holly said, "Is there an insecticide sprayed in your area? If so, how do you deal with the impact in your garden?" There is no insecticides in my area, but what I can because of the cats and stuff and animals. Oh, they do. Over here, they don't do that. Now we do have chemtrails here, but they don't like affect the crops in that way. Where I am, the bugs are plentiful, and if anything, some pesticide spray from the sky would actually help, probably with some of the bugs that come around. But what I would do is get you know soap and water and some mint and some marigold and the clovens, which is another type of repellent flower, but it's edible, to repel the type of insects that we're talking about. Also, another thing to do is to get a bug net. You put it over the plant and it'll grow the whole time. And that's what I have seen. So it wasn't funny. Scared. It's fine. And so there's an old trick that I haven't used, but what they people used to do is they would take tobacco and put it in some water and make like a, a tobacco tea, but you would never drink it because it's poisonous. And they would spray it on plants and it would get rid of pesticides, and we would get rid of insects. So a natural pesticide is tobacco, by the way. Oh, I got a lot of ladybugs too. Ladybugs are great with invasive spiders and bugs. Ladybugs are hardcore gangsters, carnivore beasts. Over here, we don't disclose the exact place where ladybugs and yeah, because sometimes people might go try to harass them or hurt them or something. All right, Outlaw says those adorable green and yellow crab-looking spiders always take care of pot plants. They smash bugs. Oh, that's good to know. Oh, Nana, where I am, people think the same thing. You know, people where I am think that ladybugs are good luck too. And that's a winter spinach plant, and it's completing its life cycle. I didn't eat it, but it completed its life cycle. And Mark said, "Have you seen people who sleep in graveyards? Me scared. Philippines, I think. I've not heard of that before. It's very fascinating. I mean, it's also scary too." Tone says there's some sort of flying spider invasion in the states. I believe from Asia. Yes, correct. It did. I remember that. I was ladybugs are wolverines and badgers insect world. All right, Journey says I was walking in the green, and the way the shadow man was walking alongside me, but instead in the wood line, then I have a face. Yeah, that's what the shadow people definitely do. That's what they look like indeed, and that's yeah, absolutely. Yeah, right, right. Tunnel, exactly. Okay, and right, and yeah, a lot of times stuff like that happen, and I know about those things that you speak of. They they definitely are the the shadow walkers, the shadow people are definitely very wicked. I don't know if they're all wicked, but allegedly they're wicked, or they cause people some problems. Some stories I've heard about. But sometimes may not be causing people a problem. Other times might be neutral. And yeah, they don't have any faces. It's like looking into a void. And Tyne says, just don't inject forced government drugs. Although I'm out. Yeah. And you see, that's like what MK Ultra, Project MK Ultra was like that. And that's what the government did. Hilarious Tyne. Yeah, Mark, Mr. Gates is bringing all of them over here. Right. Okay, let's look at this. This is the morning. Pretty cool. Tyne says advertising a new season of severe tick infestation while offering a vaccine. Yes, there's a type of tick that exists that there's a type of tick that exists where people, if they get bit by it, they'll be allergic to meat. Scared. Scared. And then they give us a I know, bro. I know, bro. It's like they want to give us a vaccine for it. They go make up something bad, and then they want to give us a vaccine for it. It's crazy, bro. And it's the things that come out. It's like out of nowhere. Now we know there's a tick that it'll be allergic to meat if you get bit by it. Someone says I once lived near a farm, and at nighttime I heard some sort of Native American type chanting and drum beating. I've seen and heard many creepy things near that farm. Yeah, that's probably where they're doing that stuff with the skinwalkers. Yeah. Scared. Yeah, prescription bacon 3 times a day. Okay, chat, and that is the skyline. Crikey. The sun is rising. Crikey. Scott Wiener's a skinwalker. Epstein, Diddy, and Bohemian Grove. Yes, Tyne. Yes, that is true. Epstein, Diddy, Bohemian Grove, and also Weinstein, Jay Z, all of them are out there. Yep, I know exactly what you're talking about. And I remember talking on here about Palm Beach Pete too. We're not really too sure about him either. And y'all know about Gerald the dolphin? So there is something called the Gerald the dolphin, and bro was, this dude washed up on a beach, and this dolphin named Gerald and a couple other dolphins brought him in encapsulated, speaking to him through clicks and clacks, had him build an underwater base, and he just had to build one, just one, and Gerald kept everybody in line, and then the dude washed up on shore and said, "Yep, that's what happened to me." So now we think that the dolphins might be onto something. Maybe that they're the masterminds behind everything. I like that. It looks almost like a heart right there. I like the heart shape right there. He's from the United States, and there's one oldest parks in the United States. They said they hear Comanches and Apaches drums dancing. I'm going to go check it out. Yeah, I mean, Mark, I'm staying away from my trunk. Yeah, that is cool. Yeah, thanks, Nan. Journey said, Mark, I'm staying in my truck when I go and check it out. Oh yeah, dude, you gotta watch yourself because it might be like rather than it'll be Journey's last stand instead of Custer's last stand. Yeah, that would certainly be a wild thing to experience about the chanting in the distance. Oh yeah, Tyne. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I think Epstein is still alive somewhere in the world. Oh really, Tyne? Wow. I believe people. I believe people have a freedom of speech to say what they want to say. I don't. You know. I think the censorship is going overboard, in my opinion. I love and respect all people, and But people have a right to say what they want to say about things. I think in general, with a lot of censorship that happens, it's cringe in my opinion. Yeah. Right. Yeah, and Tyne, you have a right to feel that way about your opinion, and I believe that people can talk about what they want to talk about here. They can either agree or disagree about whatever, and have open discussions. And even if we don't agree with people, oh, everybody can be entitled to their opinions. And yeah, it's just, I think if we lose freedom of speech, it'll certainly. Well, that was really cool, chat. What just happened? Whoa. And chat, some little squiggly line happened, and that came out of nowhere, right here. Wow. So, because if democracy is like a whisper. In random user, you have a right to feel that way too, in your opinion. Whatever people want to think, they could think. It doesn't bother me. And it's not parasites. What it is a type of a water droplet that spun around. Yeah, ivermectin. Yeah, that was water. And ivermectin is this thing they said wasn't useful or it didn't work, but it actually does work and cure things. So all the censorship, like when Joe Rogan was talking about getting ivermectin, they're saying he took horse dewormer, and he was triggered. I mean, I don't blame him for being triggered. It's like it's really cringe what they do. But yeah, anyway, so that is some magical heart water droplet with some water droplets. Oh, can't talk about the Jews anywhere. Got to talk like this. Yeah, scared. Yeah, and oh yeah, it really cures you. That's good. That's good. Yeah, and on this channel, there's people of pretty much every religion and every political denomination in one place, and that's what I wanted, and so everybody could do an exercise of getting along, yet agreeing to disagree sometimes, and people could hear each other's opinions. So I do believe political things and stuff can be used to divide people, but yeah, I think at the end of the day, it would be cool to see how people can deal with their differences. So yeah. And Tone, had you seen Joe Rogan and Aleister Crowley's face? Be a little scared. I haven't thought about that. Maybe they do have a similar type of face. A lot of these people do have similar features to them, but I'm not aware much about that to make a comment on it. Oh, hello, Odin. Welcome to the stream. Today I'll go see the fairy, but I'll not engage with her. There's many things around her taking care of her. I believe she has a little crown on her head. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, you go and do that. And yeah, I mean, you know, with Aleister Crowley is also he summoned something that was similar to a gray alien, by the way, which we have known to be the Greys. That's what we know them now to be. But summoned something that looked very similar to a gray alien, right? And yeah, this is a heart-shaped water droplet with a bunch of um, water droplets moving around. Pretty fascinating. Yes, Mark, I did see that because Trump was legalizing, or he was signing something into office where they could do research Yes, it's kind of conception. Like you make your bed and you lay in it. We make our own reality in this world, right? Right. With a separate podcast, and they'll show Joe Rogan for a second, but it's not even his show. And I've seen AI Joe Rogan before. Yeah, with the AI stuff, it's like hard to see what is real and what isn't. And ago, I used a herbal supplement called a L-lysine, which helped tremendously when I got. All right, I'm back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Okay, so earlier here when I wrote about the plant alien and gorilla alien, Malk got really upset, and I had to go reread what I had written. I was just jesting and making idle comments. I wasn't directed at anyone. Alien one or alien. It was just a malicious or mocking. Okay, Malik. Thank you. I mean, not Malik. Okay, thank you overall. Thank you for your feedback about it. Okay, and Journey says, Levy, Amen. Have you heard of those ibogaine treatments? Odin, tell if you can. I'd like to know more about that. I don't know how much he has. That's a good question. He has millions, though. He has millions. Yeah, and I definitely think with Joe Rogan, there's oh hello Joey, very cool. You know, sometimes he'll call his guests out if they're being silly, if they're like saying something that's not true. And other times he's like, on like going with the program, definitely. Joe said he would sell his soul for full disclosure. I mean, I can understand the enthusiasm about wanting full. I'm not going to sell my soul for it, but I can see why he wants full disclosure. I admire his passion for it, but I wouldn't sell my soul though. In a way, I already sold my soul to this channel that I have. Scared. Odin said that they are treatments that retired Navy SEALs and Green Berets use overcome PTSD physical. Oh, yes, I know what that is, Odin. I know exactly what you're talking about. And that's their Trump is going to have that legalized so they can test it out on the troops that need a relief. Yeah, I agree, Tyne. Yeah. They aren't legal in U.S., but have worked every time. Well, that is good that that works because a lot of our veterans are suffering, and if they can figure out a way and do, even if something's not legal, like if something doesn't work for humans, they could go and study something and see how it works. Like if something's not legal, you can't study the effects on things. Do you remember Fear Factor? Yes, I remember Fear Factor. Scared. I was very little, but I remember Fear Factor. It's Fear Factor for you. Scared. Yeah, that was a good show he had, and he did good being a host. And those people like did what they did for money was pretty wild. They can change your blood type with stem cells infusion. I didn't know that. That's very cool. Yeah, I like the show too. You know, I remember he was wearing a black shirt with like a flames on it. That was pretty cool. Yeah, I like Fear Factor. I watched it with my mom. I also saw reruns of it a couple of years ago. Again, like I saw it two times. I saw it when I was little, and I saw it when I got older. Wrote right, and also it says Rogan earns 300K per episode and has 3 episodes per week. Yeah, that's very profitable. Absolutely. All right. And wouldn't it be cool if you had balls to go and shield and baptize into a whole new, greater version of yourself? Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That is morning dew. That's what that is. It's like he turned Alistair or something along the line. Yeah. The factor is that came back out. I think Johnny Knoxville was the host. Okay. Yeah. A very good point, chat. Yeah, Morning Glory. Right. Right. You, my pleasure. Yes, that is true. It looks like it has, like the heart has eyes. Yeah. Yeah. Extremely intriguing. Rather than the heart of the ocean, it's the heart of the garden. Oh yeah, almost in the spring. Okay. Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, a little bit frozen, and they're gonna melt all that snow away, and it'll be all green. Scare. Yeah, and I think that because they always have these poems and these songs with the morning dew or mountain dew. That's another thing. Summer is about the hosts at the busy up here in tourist town. Summer's about to be hot and busy. Oh yeah, so that's when all the tourists come around the summer. I got you. Very cool. Yeah, I don't know if it gets really hot where you are. There certainly isn't humid. I don't think it can't be humid up there. My humble opinion. But I have no idea because I've never been there. That's a place where I could say I've never been. Never been to Alaska. Yeah, but world class fishing and 9-degree heat and high humidity. Do you know the split the atom? He says QE wish it kept it in the bag. Oh, okay. You know who split the atom? He's a QE wish he kept it in the bag. Yeah, they should have kept it in the bag. Yeah. Yep, the world class fishing and 90 degrees with high. Oh, you have high humidity? I don't know. Y'all had humidity. That's why. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the info. Over where we are, it gets like 300 degrees where I am. Hey, Jojo. Great to see you. This is a heart shaped water droplet on a heart shaped plant. Oh, y'all are going to greenhouses closer to the sun. Ah, okay. Because I'm always thinking like up there, y'all summers is like 20 like 30 degrees is your summer, but it gets hotter than that though. Hotter than that. Autocorrect is evil. The Antichrist is going to be autocorrect. Yeah. Awesome. Nice. Sitting in the Florida garden. Nice. Yeah. So these are the enchanting plants. And by the way, the right here, you got some other ones right here. They used to settlers use this as tobacco sometimes, but it's not tobacco. And they also ate it sometimes too. The natives used it too for healing. Okay. And yeah, I mean, oh, I know, because you're stuck in like a white icy place, like a freezer box for like for 4 months. Yeah, no. My friends in Canada feel the same way. Oh yes, SoFlo. Yeah, shout out to SoFlo, the land of Gerald the dolphin. Yeah. How Rutherford split the atom, I don't know. Oh, he used the QE methods and the QE incubators. And I won't forget to say the QE capacitor. Time snowbird out of here in winter. Time to snowbird out. Oh, okay. Yeah. There's a snowboard to oh yeah, my a girlfriend I had, she used to would love to go to Colorado to go snowboarding. She was scared of snowboarding though. By the way, she was scared of it. She was scared. But she went on like the low like on the green level. And but snowboard out of here in winter. Yeah, I don't blame you. It's I also agree with Nan Odin as well. All right, Mark says, did CERN find anything? Yes. Oh yeah, that's what she did. She did skiing. Well, she mainly did skiing, not snowboarding really. She did it was skiing that she did, and she was scared of it. And the other ones were into doing the skiing, but snowboarding not really. It was more the skiing. Oh, he's been looking into West Virginia. Yeah, West Virginia is nice. One of my YouTube mentors came from West Virginia, by the way. That's where the Johnny Depp trial happened, and that's where I got into trials and met Nana and others at another channel. Oh, cool, Nana. I'm sure that was fun. Skirt. Yeah, and all the birds are chirping. Birds are flying in the sky. Okay, Indigo. Have a good day. Thank you for hanging out with us. Peace. You went to Austria? That's really cool. Yeah. So, Nana, how was Austria? That's a very beautiful country, by the way. I'm sure it was, enchanting. And I traveled to Europe as a teenager. Oh yeah, I remember you did go to Europe. I remember you talking about that, and you also went to Holland, and to the Netherlands too. Yeah, the I think that's pretty cool that you went there. Yeah, Austria is nice. Yeah, beautiful. I yeah, technically I'm related to southern Germany and northern Germany, so I have similar genetics to Austria, but Austria doesn't really like to identify with Germany anymore. But they're technically the same thing, technically. But yeah, they don't want to identify with it anymore. But still, yeah, very great country. The churches are very beautiful too. They have there in Bavaria. So Bavaria is southern Germany, and that is similar to Austria. Oh, really, Nana? Awesome, awesome. That's so cool. Yeah, I'm related to all kinds of different parts of Germany. The So various different people, and yeah, that's very cool that you went there. And yeah, the food's cool. The food's nice there, and because they have different restaurants and stuff where they have that, and pretzels are nice too. Yeah, and let's see, so that's very cool. Austria makes one of my favorite uh, handguns. Oh, nice, nice. Oh yeah, they're very good at craftsman and engineering, and the Germans are very good at making vehicles and cars and stuff. So, yeah, very good, hardworking people. I uh yeah, definitely it is the one time on one of my streams. Oh yes, that is good. Odin, yes. Oh, facts, Nana. Yes. Absolutely. And Mark said, I've been to oh good. Oh nice. Nice. That's good that you got to go there too. Yeah, I'm on one of my streams, I was talking about the German castles. Because I do have subs in Germany, and we have different, it's been a while because since my expansion into trial chats, my schedule completely changed from the old live streams I used to do. They were Thursday and Friday at 11:15 p.m. Central, and now the live streams were adjusted for the trial chat fam a little, and also for people that need to get there earlier. So it's been a while since I've seen although the German subs are still on my channel, but it's been a while since I've talked to them or had those type of streams. But one of the nights we went and looked at the German castles, and they're very, very well done. So their architecture is nice and very well made. Yeah, their restaurants are very good. Oh yes, absolutely, Odin. Yeah, it's the best. It's one of the best on this earth. Very true. In my city, they have German restaurants. It had a large German population that came here. It's a nice place to go see one day over there. Where my line, so technically my dad's side technically is from a German line, but he's the United Kingdom, and there are British people, but they're somewhat related to Germans, and also English people too, and all the other things in the island as well. Now I have my mom's side's name, and that side, my ancestor came from Bibra, Germany, and some of the other ones came from southern Germany, and a few of them came from West Germany too. So yeah, just all over, and like the northern part too. So yeah, all over the place. Oh, Nana, that sounds very powerful right there. Right. Yes, Oktoberfest. Yeah, that's definitely a a party to go to. Indeed. Yeah, the Christmas beer definitely. One time, my one of my German companions and I were talking about what this they make at Christmas, and yeah, they make some powerful stuff at Christmas. Yeah. And a plan to go to the oldest brewery in the world in Germany is for 1,000 birthdays. It's for 1,000 birthday for its oh wait, world in Germany for its 1,000 birthday. That would be cool. And yes, Nana, I definitely believe is wild indeed. Yeah. So I'm assuming the beer is like basically alcohol. It's like basically not alcohol. It's basically a gasoline basically. The Christmas beer is like you could probably like not even gasoline. It's probably like nitrogen. 1,000 year, 1,000 years of beer making. Definitely, you can't say they're not experienced. They definitely are experienced. Yeah, and the dew is kind of fading a little bit. That's very cool. They just see the chemical compositions of how these things work and various lighting. As the sun is developing, it's starting to do that. Well, okay. Me too. Me too. And there's a slurking snail right there. Yeah, my first name from my was is Hans, which is a German name that my family gave me, my grandma specifically, and my entire name is German. So yeah, yeah, the Alps are very nice. Those mountain ranges and the greenery and the really make a nice peaceful scene. Very cool indeed. And yeah, it is very cool how the the music is good too. The music is good too, and just it's kind of like a peaceful countryside in their mountains. So I like that as well. And they have farm animals there, and like goats specifically, I think is very popular in that region. So yeah, that is some would be a very amazing sight to see. It's like being in a fairy tale. Actually, the fairy tales do originate from Germany. Oh, huge weekend concerts. Oh, that sounds like a blast. I didn't know about that. That's good that they're doing that. Yeah. Yeah, so we got these random flowers that are just popping around everywhere. By the way, I'll show you the skyline because it's been about a minute since we've seen a skyline. Oh yeah, yeah. I don't think that that's their currency anymore. Oh yeah, okay, I got you. I got you. It was in the 70s and 79 when it was safe because yeah, they're having some issues over there now with crime and stuff like that. So well, I'm glad you got to see it when it was safe. That's good. And I believe that is before the wall came down. Nana can answer for sure, but yeah, I think the wall came down in the 80s. If I don't know, ignore me because I don't really know if I got that right. So, she would know Beans. You don't know who Beans is, but she's one of my close friends. She saw the wall get torn down, and she was in Germany when it happened. Oh, boss, you saw it come down in television. That must have been uh, really epic to see, because that was a very historical moment. Yeah, so that's the sun coming up. Okay, and let's see this. You knew a guy named Dollar. He probably was a rapper, like myself, because the rappers have all the money. Yes, 89, the wall came down. Oh, okay, 89. Yeah, I thought it was in the 80s. Because in the 70s, that's when the Soviet Union and the bloc was still there. Oh, yeah, a fact, boss. That's when the USSR and the Iron Curtain were there. Yeah, and the bloc, the that existed. Oh, okay, Mark. Yeah, it definitely doesn't really make any sense, indeed. Yeah. So there we go. This is where the flowers are. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, with the wall coming down was very symbolic and good to see. Because for years they're played with that and being a divided country. Yeah, and something that like I remember seeing when I was you know growing up, although I didn't see the wall come down, I learned about it, and like they didn't let anybody out of the other side. It's like you have like a free. It's like a country so great, and you have like a utopia, and it's so great you just have to keep people locked in it. Yeah, it's kind of like scared. Yep. So, oh, you remember that, Nana? Yeah, that was very. For those of you that had the privilege and honor to see that in person or see it on TV, because I know someone that was there in person. So anyone that like was there or saw it on TV, it had to be um, a really relieving moment to see the end of that dystopian idea collapse. KS, I was born in 98, 1998. I'm 28. Oh, okay, okay, brother. Yes, I said, dear brother. Yes. I'm 10 years younger. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I definitely was a right before the '90s ended. My opinion. Oh, and Nana 64. Oh yeah, you have seen a lot, and there's many different eras that have happened during your lifetime. The world has shifted and changed so much. Have they finished building the China Wall yet? I no, they have not. They're going to build that wall for eternity. Yeah. And now you're on the internet, uh, in a alien chat room. So, in like a futuristic devices. So, all the way from the beginning to this time. So, yeah, for those that were around since many decades ago, the transition has to be fascinating, and I will see, God willing, the transition of time getting more advanced. Hello, Destiny. Welcome back. Yeah, we were talking about Germany and different like foods and stuff. Okay. Yeah, so those are flowers during today. Oh, you finish in your heads. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure it's. I'm very sure it sounds. It's probably very rattled, and it needs to be recharged. Definitely. Yes, yummy food. Yeah. Nana said, "We went for a cell phones, no remotes, no internet, and so much more now." Yes, yes. Back in those days, I was showing Moki a reel of back in the past where a AI time traveler goes to the '80s, and yeah, just it reminds me when I was growing up. I didn't really use that much technology, and I grew up like somebody from the '80s, although it's from the 2000s. And yeah, there's like bicycles playing outside, not really many video games or phones or iPads and stuff like that. So although it's even more back in that time period, and time real cars, good vibes. Oh yeah, now all the cars are Timu cars. Yeah, the cars are designed to be more aerodynamic than they were before. Right, and then we have the sun coming up even more. Oh, everything's more affordable back then. I saw yes, David, it would be $100 used car. Now it's like thousands of dollars for a used car. Yeah, let's see. Car, house back then, it was affordable, regular job. I mean, I didn't get my first phone till I was 11, honestly, now 17, and I feel old. Oh, yeah, yeah. I didn't get my first phone until I was about 16 or so. And had iPods, I got and stuff like that, I got flip phones. They had me at a flip phone and an iPod, and then eventually I went and upgraded it. Yeah, but yes, usually I would use my mom's phone or the the school's office phone or something. Yeah, back when iPods were popular back in the day. Yeah. So Nana said the schools were better and they had respect for people, and we didn't talk back to elders. Yeah. Oh, people these days talk back to elders all the time. Yeah. Oh, cool, cool. In 2018. Yeah, yeah. Mine was mine was in 2016. I got it in Christmas. Nowadays, I could work 30 years and sell organs and not afford a house. Oh yeah, Odin. it is really cool to have back in that time. And there is a dude in a clip that was taken from the 1990s or 80s. It was something like that. It was probably, let's say it was 1991. And bro was walking in with his friend, and he bought chips and a bunch of drinks for $1, and something like that. And the woman was kind of irritated with him, but she liked him. And everybody said it would be $10.15 now. Yeah, it's things are so much cheaper back in the day. In the early 2000s, when I was growing up, I feel similar to the 90s, in my opinion. And man, it was different back then than it is now. Yeah, things were cheaper too. First phone was a home phone, house phone. Yeah, and Anna said we had phones that were attached to the wall. Oh yeah, definitely. When people would have that attached to the wall, it would, it'd be stationary. I had phones like that too growing up. All right, Destiny said, I am working hard to get the high school diploma so I can go to college and be honest. I want to be a teacher like my parents. So I want to help my parents. Oh, that's very good. And teaching is a very good trade to do, and teaching kids and people is awesome. My alien sidekick went to college and he became a history professor. Very cool. Yeah. Although there is inflation going on, just remember there is inflation going on and things are more expensive now. But that's very good that you make a very good teacher. And I said I took kids and I took kids to grandparents and told them to call home on a rotary phone, and they didn't know how. Oh, that kids could drive papers for money and collect pop bottles back then. Yeah, yeah, life was easier back then. Oh, they pushed the numbers. Yeah. Now they have the iPad kids. You have kids right now; they're just glued to the iPads. It's kids need to not use iPads. Yeah, and Destiny, the it definitely inflation needs to come down, and hopefully at some point they do because lots of wars going on. And before that, in 2020, there was a lot of money being printed for the COOF-19 checks. Oh, that's okay. You have a right to not like him. That's all right. And in 2020, there are lots of checks that came out, and that caused global inflation. Also, and Nana says prices were up before Trump. That is true. It was up before Trump. Yeah. And I think that the COOF-19 caused the inflation problems too. I'm not saying it's improving, but hopefully they can improve it at some point. But yeah, definitely. And let's see. Destiny says, yeah, the iPad kids like Gen Alpha makes me cringe. Yeah, it makes me cringe too. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's you see because it's gonna go outside and play games and stuff. People could use iPads and things like that, but if they get glued to it, it's gonna cause people to be like the Wally movie. I don't know if you've seen Wally, that Disney movie, and everybody's like on a spaceship, and they're like a bunch of like um, marshmallows, and that's why it's not good to become an iPad kid, but to become a kid that can be outside and look at the sunrise with other people in mind. You see, it's like on an iPhone and also outside at the same time. Best of both worlds. Hey, there you go, Odin. They'll be useful to use drones one day. Yeah. I think that there's going to be a lot of AI It's going to take over a lot of jobs. Yeah, there you go. iPad, one eye symbolism. Yes. Oh, look at that bird right there. These birds chilling. Scared. See, a lot of those. Look at all those chickens. Yeah. Yeah. I think hard times create strong men, and strong men can make good times, and good times can make weak men. So we're in the cycle of the weak men with a lot of stuff we see now. And I said, grandkids are not being raised on electronics all day. They are very intelligent. Oh, Nana, thank goodness that, and I would think you would have them be not on those electronics all the time. So that's very good that they're not like on those things. Yeah. It was this time yesterday morning when I found out about the channel getting striked. The sad story, but we're still here, thankfully. And it had to do with a copyright issue or something silly. But anyway, we're still here. Yes, dirt in the woods. That's true. So that's the sun hitting the trees. Sun hitting the trees. That's the sun coming up, chat. Wow. Oh yeah, it's all right. It's all right. So actually, I was like over here. I was like looking at everything from over here. We're looking at the tree and stuff, and I got a notification on the phone, and bro said one strike. The YouTube app said one strike, and I got scared. Now, this is what happened. There was a video that I played that I reacted to a couple of, I don't know, a week ago or something. And there's a little clip about some UAT alien thing, some alien stuff, and they copyrighted it. And they requested it to be taken down. And I don't even know what the video was called, but it may have been the time they suspended the stream briefly, that time maybe, and then they took it down. But yeah, it was just that's what it had to do with. Now, I was talking yesterday about the scientist that was, I believe, unalived on purpose because she knew things about antimatter, and they took her out. And right after I talked about that, I got copyright striked over something else. So I do think we had a conspiracy theory about censorship. Scared. Yeah, exactly, Destiny. It's very fickle these days. And on my streams, there's no ads in any of my live streams because I want people to have direct content. I don't want people to have Timu content. So, yeah, it's, I understand YouTube was trying to comply with different laws and stuff, but it's, cringe. They could come up with a better system at some point. That'd be nice. But anyway. Well, it looks like some elderberry trees right here are blooming. Chat, those are some elderberry flowers. Oh, thank you, Nana. Greatest mod on the internet is what you are. Oh, hello, Rose. Facts. Facts, Destiny. Here we go again. Yeah. Look at this really closely. Look at this very closely. Well, look at it closely. Is this really weed? Think hard. All right, we have to just use our brains for a second. It could look like it could look related to it, but it's not the same thing. Yeah, and that's the sun going through the trees, all that stuff. Well, you see, thanks, Odin. Yeah, it's definitely not the same thing. It's just a plant that people used to grow back in the old days. It's a plant that you make wheat and stuff out of. Right. Thank you, Destiny. And Tone said many. Thank you, Destiny. Excellent. Shout out to the mods. Shout out to the mods. All right. Tone said many socials are of whack. YouTube will strike something unnecessarily, but Insta won't strike something clearly worth being stricken reported. Yeah, I know. It's opposite day. We need a license to grow hemp. Why do you think? Because Mark, the government wants to control things. Now there's theories about that. I'll tell you some theories. People think that the government wants to control stuff and they want to regulate they want to regulate it. Yes, facts, yeah. Facts. And they want to control it, they want to tax it, and maybe they want to regulate some other things too. Yeah, and she said drugs are bad, MK. Yeah. I don't smoke or really drink anything, but if people like, I think if someone smokes weed, it's not as bad as someone doing cocaine or heroin or something like that. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. Rules don't take about weed, and don't be rude. Yes, talk. Thank you, Destiny. Oh, yes, Rose. I know about what you're talking about, and I think that was very funny because I saw what you saw too, and I thought that was very funny. Yeah, and I think that South Park. Oh, I got to show y'all Darrell Brooks on South Park. Darrell Brooks is the evil person that went through rolled over people in a Christmas parade, and they made all kinds of like cartoons about the dude, and it's hilarious. And I got to show you that at some point. But yeah, South Park is hilarious. I love South Park. Yeah, it's they could definitely uh, pack a punch. Oh, see, look at chat. It's the sun. Oh wow, this is a nice scene. Chat, it's sunrise. Wow. Exactly, Mark. It doesn't make any sense why they want to censor things, like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, South Park. I remember when they were talking about Prince Harry's book, and his book was called Wham. All right. Do you have any animals? I have two cats and one hamster. I have 1,000 cats, and we have outside possums and raccoons. Beavis and Butthead is hilarious too. I watch that one too, and I watch the other one, King of the Hill. The possum made an appearance earlier. Yeah. So chat, we made the sunrise. Wow. I stay up all the way into the morning. Scared. Yeah. Yeah, and Hank will go, "Boah." So yeah, we got this beautiful, nice forest. It's very enchanting. My mom had a hamster when she was growing up. Hamsters are cool. Yeah. Oh yeah, I do these streams all night into the day. Now, yesterday I went a little bit longer of my live stream because strike that happened, and everybody was concerned. But yeah, they were telling me to get some sleep eventually, and I did. Yeah. I was thinking of you and how you say scared. Such a funny expression. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, scared. Yeah. Oh, okay, Destiny. So I gotta tell you something. The other night we were doing a stream, and we were talking about some different aliens and like Bigfoot and stuff like that. And Falcon was telling me about an Australian cryptid called, uh, yes, called Juan. Oh, Wangina. That's how to pronounce it. And everyone in chat were making Juan jokes, and I was laughing for 2 hours. And like, there's one in a million, just one more thing, and I was cracking up at chat. It was hilarious, and we were talking to people all over like Australia, New Zealand, United States, and we are all like cracking up. Yeah. All right. Okay. And that's the sun peeking out. Facts. Okay. 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 Oh, thanks, Rose. And so is chat. And yeah, Skinwalker to the natives, right? And these natives will walk around. These witches, they'll transform into these creatures and wreak havoc on people. Yeah, that's what the Skinwalker is. Oh, again. The wand mayhem continues. Scared. One small step for man. One big step for mankind. One small step for man. One small step for big step for mankind. There you go. A destiny. You and I are in agreement there. I don't. Lizards don't bother me too much, but cockroaches are just, you know, when I was little, those things freak me out very badly. I deal with cockroaches when something comes around. I deal with them, you know, but I still don't. I don't. We're not really a big fan of those things, but Lord, it's like, bro, it's like this thing's really real. One loneliest number. Mark, Juan has a skunk for a pet. Well, I one time I was eating food and this damn cockroach was flying toward me and I screamed and run. Oh Lord, Destiny, that freaked me out too. Scared. One time when I was little, and after they cleared out the water, I was in a trailer for for some time, and one time I was laying down on the couch, and there was a cockroach that came and crawled in my arm, and I was scared. Yeah, it's like when they start flying, it's like if when you think it can't get any worse, that happens. Yeah, my sister's cousin Danielle would catch cockroaches and pull out their eggs and feeding them the chickens. Oh, okay. Now I'm 45. Celestial Mother made it cockroach scares as a penalty. Yeah, yeah. I'm sure the chickens liked it, but they definitely are, creepy indeed. Yeah. Oh yeah, flying spiders are also terrifying too. Yeah, that's like spiders don't really scare me that much, but you get flying spider. That probably is some like Jurassic Park level uh stuff. You never seen a cockroach in person, bro? Damn. Okay, so yeah, they came originally a long time ago, and they're from Africa, and they made their way around the world. Yeah, one time, a million baby spiders coming down from a ceiling, flashing, made them look like twinkling stars. That really had to be a crazy sight to see. Yeah. Yes, they should go extinct, but they're more resilient. Right. By the way, possums are from the dinosaur age. Okay. Now I am for a second chat. I have to change spots for a second, so it's gonna be dark for a moment, but I'll be right back. I mean, I like. Uh, I have to. So don't go anywhere. I'm just changing positions. All right. Okay, so this is me and my pirate hat that I use. So the reason why I wear the pirate hat is because back in the past, there was an incident where it was stormy, and my pirate hat costume did well in those terrains. Right. Thank you, Destiny. And I wore it for the Halloween stream. And let's put this right here. Good. Yeah, so that's what it did. It's like when it's raining or storming, it's good, especially when I'm going through the trees and stuff. It's nice. Yeah. Password. All right. This house was infested with spiders and ants and fleas, roaches when I arrived. I had to leave and head
treat it for a week. It sounds like it was certainly a jungle where you are definitely. I'm glad that got fixed. There was an incident. Yeah, it depends. Usually they're longer. Yeah. Oh. And another thing, by the way, I want to mention is that spiders, not spiders, okay, exactly spiders. There is no boss, not familiar with him. Okay. And let's see. Yeah, so what I think about one of the situations is oh, anyway, one of my friends had a banana tree and we were, looking. Okay. So anyway, one of my friends had a banana tree and they gave me bananas from it. And I put them in the back room and I ate the bananas. Bananas were done. And there's a million spiders that came in the back room. So I had to go and fight them and get rid of them. So that was something that I thought was extremely scared in that situation. See you later, Nana. Thank you for modding and being here. Have a good night. Samuel was left out of the Bible for a reason. You should look him up. Okay, I will certainly look into that. Okay, I have to do this to see what's going on in this area. Okay, so yeah, definitely spiders and bananas are linked to each other. That is something that they are quite similar in. So that may be where it came from. Okay, and I think with to be careful with bananas, some spiders can nest inside of them. Oh yeah, that's definitely true. Now when I got the bananas in the first instance, I didn't exactly do that. I just wouldn't just chow down and just enjoy myself. But yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. But there's supposed to probably be a lot of seeds in there, and that's what occurred. Whoa. Stream got over 2,000 views. That's cool. And let's see. Odin said, modern bananas are a genetic hybrid of old breeds of banana. Yeah, yeah. That is very true. The bananas are extremely intricate. Yeah, the dwarf bananas. Yeah, those are very good. I like them too. One of the bananas that I had, from the tree, it was these little tiny baby bananas. And those are just, so he just goes right through. Because I said, things that are picked right from the yard or whatever is much better than something from a grocery store usually. Interesting. Yep. I didn't know that, but yeah, sloths are very cute. They're very cool. And shout to the sloths. And I believe with the sloths, they are. One time when I was little in first grade, before this apocalyptic event that happened, I was I got this sloth book and it got flooded out. Then when I came back, I got the sloth book again and I read it. I had it. So yeah, sloths are always very fascinating to me. Yeah. Oh yeah, I love avocado trees. I have avocados growing now, but they're not outside yet. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. I believe they were huge. They're very big back then. Indeed. Because in the Jurassic era, there are so many things that were so gigantic, and now everything's more small. So I think that is quite an interesting thing in that region. Okay, and all the produce here is trash. Oh, really? Really? Well, yeah, I would think I wouldn't really know what to think about if it would be or would not be, but I see your feedback. Very interesting. And all the produce is Timu produce. Yeah. So it's definitely in Japan they had these banana clothing they would use out of the banana peels, and they would or the something like that, the leaves maybe. They would tediously go and sew this thing together. It's very expensive, and it's all made of bananas. Of this like gown they have in Japan, but yeah, original bananas were extremely hard seeds inside of them. It wasn't like what we have today. Food industry complex props up for medical industry complex. Yeah, yeah. See, they both are yin and yang because the kind of food that they give could possibly cause maybe problems, to the other complex. It's both are working together for the same thing. There's lots of Timu cringe that happens. Hello, Mindy. Good morning. Welcome to the stream. Boss says, I don't mind because I can't get sick, but bad food does limit my celestial abilities. I drink hundreds of Coca Colas a month to destroy my cells to keep me weak and still. Yeah, because a lot of times those types of foods can hurt the spirit and hurt the person with inside. Yeah. And Odin said potatoes thrive up here, same as cucumbers and tomatoes in our 5 month grow period. Yeah, and email you. Sure, I don't mind doing that. Let's see. Scared. Right. Okay, so yeah, no, you could uh, locate the email. It's in the channel description. Yeah, and Owen said potatoes thrive here. I would think potatoes would thrive there, and same thing with cucumbers. And oh yeah, so that's good. Tomatoes. Where I am, tomatoes are very popular too. Yes, most food is poison. That is true. And with poison in the food, I think it is, all the chemicals and stuff they put in it is extremely cringe and not good. It will it will cause many issues to them. Yes. Tomatoes used to be seen as poisonous. That is true. It's also related to tobacco. Yeah, but I guess they're able to figure out a way to cultivate it and eat it. Yeah. Yeah, and Boss says the fact is that many of the government and corporate design. Yeah, you see, the government, the corporate, if they want to do population control and they want to control the what happens, they also want to make profit. The nicotine from nightshade plants. Yeah, and that is extremely important to the I smoke unfiltered Denmark tobacco. Oh, that's good, boss. Uh, that sounds like it would be better than like the chemical type of tobacco. Yeah. Uh, you know, definitely the Denmark would know about tobacco. And Mindy said, Big Pharma is behind all of it. They put poison in our food and other things so that we have to go see them and get their pills and take their more pills, counter the other pills they give us. It's like the pills need more pills, need more pills. Yeah, it's completely like a cycle of uh, complete nonsense and ridiculousness. A boss said, "Nothing harms me, alien. Not even 31 grams of coke in 4 days, and 44 in 2024. Divine sign, my heart won't fold, turn cold." Yeah, I'm glad that you're still with us. Organic just means grown with poop. Yeah, I've used chicken manure before, so there you go. Those centipods, do they have the same amount of legs? Hard to count them. How many? I say 99. Right. Right. So definitely the big pharma is cringe, and both factions are working with each other. Those centipedes, do they have? I believe they have about. They have quite a bit of legs. May depend on the type of. Let's see, how many legs centipede have? Let's see. So, they have 15 to 91 pairs of legs. That's how many legs they have. Yes, other countries have food bans and regulations. And they don't let their people eat the kind of stuff that we eat. I'm scared. Yeah, because remember, profits and making money is a factor that they want to do. Yes, cent mean 100. Yes. Yes. Like the system by design was put there. The system by design was put there for people to fail. Like they can get more money if people were healthy and live longer. I know, and they don't realize that. They think they have to go kill off an entire civilization for it to work, but it's not. It doesn't have to be like that. Like they can have society live longer, but that's what it is. It's a big monopoly. Okay, let's see why there's so many legs. All right, here. 300 382 legs, depending on. So exactly 100 legs because they always possess odd number of legs. And let's see why. Let's see why. Starfish have way more legs than way more feet than that. Yeah, yeah, that is true. Insane speed. The main reasons for the legs function at high speeds. The body needs constant support and power to navigate the difficult terrain, and they call home. Evolution has refined this multi leg design to serve several critical roles. Insane speed. Their many legs function like high speed conveyor belts, allowing them to chase down fast prey and escape predators in tight, twisting spaces like under rocks or logs. And support for long bodies. Museum Victoria explains that elongated body is easier to carry if weights is even distributed across many legs. They're a mite. I didn't know that. I thought it was a spider, but it's not. Okay, good to know. Molecular evolution. Celtopods are built like a series of train cars. It's genetically simple for them to just add another car longer, which has helped them adapt to different environmental 400 million years ago. Yes, the shoe bill has to be astronomical for those centipedes. It's a hunting tool, and it's easier to help them climb. Okay, let's go here. Funny faces I make. We'll figure. Here we go. Here we go. There's several famous insect themes of creature reported globally. The Mothman is one we talked about, and there's also something called the Mantis Man. The Mantis Man is reported a Hackettstown, New Jersey. This creature is described as 7 foot tall being that closely resembles a praying mantis. The Ads from African folklore, specifically the Iwi people. The Adzi is a vampiric cryptid that takes on a form of a firefly to enter a home at night and drink the blood of its victims. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Mark. The Jibba Fofi, also known as a giant Congo sea spider, sightings in Central Africa described a spider with a leg span of 3 to 6 feet. Though technically an arachnid, it's frequently grouped with a bug cryptids. All right, the Averzobro, a legendary giant mosquito from North Carolina. Folklore said to be the size of a hawk, capable of draining a person's blood in seconds. Scared. All right, true giant insects, the giant ants. The shoebox sized have reported in New Mexico, described as having distinct ant autonomy, but an impossible scale. Massive dragonflies. Some cryptozoologists specialized in the prehistoric giant dragonflies similar to the extinct Medjin, who could still sleep in oxygen rich caves, systems, or remote jungles. Tone says small praying mantises are creepy, as it was the mantis man cryptid that would be insane to see. Yeah, yeah, definitely. All right, and Mindy says I've seen a wolf spider in my bedroom when I lived in Florida. The thing was huge and scared the crap out of me. Oh lord, lord, yeah, definitely that would be freaky to see. I like butterfly man better than mothman. Yeah, yeah, me too. All right, there's the saga this is called the Enoch taxa. In Michigan, are reported introduced populations of giant Eurasian catids that were to be extinct in the region, but been cited by filmed by enthusiasts recently as 2008. Oh, synchronicity. The thing's called an Enoch bug. All right, there's the Mucade, a giant mountain-sized centipede from Japanese mythology. The Anazi, the famous spider trickster god from West African Caribbean folklore. And Mothman, of course. Perhaps the most famous, this red eyed winged humanoid was first sighted in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, in 1960s, when often debated as a giant bird, supernatural entity, its name and appearance are instructively linked to a moth. Okay, my mother in law swears up and down that I've never known that a woman lie. She swears up and down that when she was in Oklahoma when she was younger, she seen a Bigfoot across the street in front of her. I believe it. You know, that's a very interesting sighting because many people are telling me they're seeing the same thing in different parts of the country. Max, you really should stop with the drinking. You really need to. I agree. And any friendly ones. Japanese also have huge salamander. Okay. Let's see if there's any friendly cryptids. There's friendly Bigfoots, apparently. Thanks, Tone. Yeah, facts. Facts, Tone. Definitely. Uh, yeah, Max needs all the help he can need with that. Oh, here we go. We have the Loveland Frogman. Though they look like 4 foot tall bipedal frogs, they aren't known for, oh, frog, like we have a frog on our channel, for being aggressive. Most encounters involve them just standing by the side of the road, holding what looks like a magic wand, minding their own business. I heard crows are illegal to own, intelligent of a 7-year-old. They are very intelligent, indeed. We have to look and see if that's true. The Squinoak, Pennsylvania. This is perhaps the saddest cryptid. It's described as having a saggy, wart covered skin and spends its entire life weeping because it thinks it's ugly. It's completely harmless. If you try to catch, it supposedly dissociative dissolves into a pool of tears. Amen. Yeah, definitely pray for him. Facts. Bigfoot. Depending on the legend, many Sasquatch encounters describe them as shy forest brothers who led lost hikers back to trails or leave gifts like stacked stones or twisted branches. Helpful protective spirits, brownies, the small hobs like creatures that live in your house. You treat them well, they'll do your chores while you sleep. Just don't give them clothes, they'll feel insulted and leave forever. The Scandinavian Tomate, uh, the Tomot. Similar to brownies, these gnome like beings protect the farm and animals. They are generally friendly but can mischievously if the farmer is lazy or men in livestock. The Wolpertinger, Germany. A rabbit with antlers, wings, and fangs. Despite fierce look, it's most prankster and considered a symbol of barbarian forest but wild, peaceful nature. Yes, Spiderwick Chronicles. Yeah. Celtic folklore, the seals that can shed their skin and become human. They are often portrayed as romantic, gentle, and tragic figures rather than monsters. Dobar, while sometimes described as aggressive, other legends treat the king otter as royal protectors of certain waterways, only attacking those who disrespect the environment. And Tone said, imagine if there was a flubber like cryptid, like that green blob from the Flubber movie. Yeah, I think that they are scared of pit bulls, Mark. Hilarious, Odin. All right, have a blessed day, everyone. Gonna teach women's Bible study. Congratulations, Alien, on your channel's growing. Well, thank you, Mindy, and God bless you, and may the Christ Spirit be with you as you teach today. All right, so yeah, I've been very blessed with channel growth. Today we have the stream's gotten over 2,000 views tonight, whatever it was, and see that, and mods did excellent as they always do. Okay, yeah, people are supposed to be scared of ghosts too. Yeah, let's see. Let's do this one right here. Yeah, there's dogs that have seen a ghost before and they get scared. Hello, Raven. We are talking about some cryptids and some paranormal stuff, and earlier we are talking about aliens and having some debates about a variety of different things. So yeah, we're doing good, and we're having a good stream right now. We welcome to the stream, and now we'll continue. There is haunting. There's a Tailman house ghost. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yes, Captain Morgan. Yeah, and our the haunting began in Horicon, Wisconsin, after Alan Deborah Tailman purchased a secondary bunk in February 1987. Soon after moving the bed into their children's room, the family experienced terrifying phenomena. That is true, Mark. They do. They do. The Red Eye Witch, the Tailman and children reported seeing a hideous old woman with long black hair and glowing red eyes standing in the doorway. Phantom fires. The Alan Tailman witnessed what appeared to be blazing fire in his garage. When he returned with fire extinguisher, the flames became completely vanished. The audible threats. Alan later encountered fog that shaped itself into a figure with red eyes, reportedly whispered, "You are dead." Scared? Poltergeist activity. After the family reported the clock radios changed stations on their own, furniture moving without explanation, and those should disembodied voices throughout the house. Hello, Sandro. Great to see you. Yeah, 65 likes. Yeah. And also we got 2000 to over 2000 views today. All right. I think it's Virginia that has which widows and mounts it on angle so witches can fly in it. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Agro. Other notable sightings from the series: General Wayne Inn, located in Marion, Pennsylvania. The site is famous for sightings of Revolutionary War soldier, specifically the Hessian mercenary, who was been seen by employees on the stairs of the basement. Resurrection Mary, a segment covering the Chicago urban legend of a young woman in white who hitches a ride for drivers near the Resurrection Cemetery, only to vanish from the car as they pass cemetery gates. Arturo says Chihuahuas are funny little dogs. I don't think they know how tiny they are. Yeah, they think that they're giants. Yeah. Oh, Mark, all you got to do is double tap your screen. That's what you do. Yeah. And Resurrection Mary, a segment covered of Chicago urban. Okay. Queen Mary, season one episode, the investigation of multiple sightings on the permanently docked ships of the beach of California, including ghosts and engine rooms near the first class swimming pool. Tsunami Spirits. In 2020, Netflix reboot explored reports of ghosts, passengers, and taxi fares who appeared to be victims of 2011 tsunami Japan. Hello, Zoomy. Welcome to the stream. You're 28. Okay. My friend has Great Dane. I don't know what you mean. Yeah. Well, it's actually a Great Dane Pitbull mix. Okay. Imagine sitting on a beach and seeing full on old time traditional pirate ship in a distance heading for the beach. That would be pretty scary but cool at the same time. Yeah. A lot of people think it's a joke too. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Tsunami Spirits. In 2020, Netflix reboot explored reports of ghost passengers and taxi fares who appeared to be victims of 2011 tsunami incident. Imagine sitting quiet village and seeing 50 Viking ships rolling in. Scared. Yeah, yeah, that would be scary indeed. All right, so glad that they got their sales. Give you more time to run. R yes, yeah, definitely think about time traveling. That's what would definitely seem like indeed. Yeah. Before the raid, Vikings engaged in extensive preparations that combined practical logistics with deep religious convictions to ensure both physical and spiritual success. Religious rites and sacrifices. Faith was viewed as an exchange, so Vikings performed rituals as secure the god's will for their victory and safe travels. The They would eat mushrooms and strong onion soup before battle. Ah, yeah, yeah, that definitely got them cranked up. The sacrificial feast where animal blood, often a horse, was collected in bowls and sprinkled on altar idols, and warriors themselves to seal a bond with the divine. Toast to victory. During the communal feasts, the first toast was always raised to Odin for victory in battle, followed by toast to Freyr and Jord for prosperity and safe journey. The onion soup was so if they got a slash to the gut, if you smell the onion, you were going to die. Ah, so they're using their body as a weapon. That's how I was thinking, Zumi, that they're happy mushrooms. Yeah. Toast for victory. During the communal feast, the first. Oh, wait, I read that. Seeking omens. Raiders often look for signs from gods and carried good luck charms to protect them during their voyage. The psyching up. Certain warriors like the berserkers were described as raging out of hollow and biting the edge of their shields to reach the trace like state before the fighting began. Tone said, I've recently, a scientist had been working on bringing back the dodo bird, and they were breakthrough last year. Well, that'd be very cool to see. Happy mushrooms that make them berserkers. Yeah, right, right. Same with mushrooms that inspiration for red and white presents under Christmas trees. Oh, interesting. I know that. Like I said, how about the Japanese guy who thought war was still going on? 20 years Bush, but he was scared to come back. Oh yeah. There's a dude that was in one of the islands in Japan, and he still thought the war was going on. And one of the people had to go over there and tell him that they lost. Okay, let's talk about that. They had mustering crew chiefs, had organized war bands, often composed of local farmers and professional soldiers. Equipping for battle. Warriors checked to maintain their primary gear, including spears, the most common and inexpensive weapon used for throwing and thrusting, axes, multi purpose tools used for farm labor and logging adapted into light, fast weapons for trading and for raiding. Shields, round, leather covered wooden boards with iron centers. I didn't come out because you see planes and you still flying in, right? Okay, so let's see. Okay, Tone says, "Yikes!" About the Japanese guy. That's interesting, scary. Imagine being people who went into hiding bunkers or something because they thought the Y2 scare was really happening. I was scared. Possum was nice. Oh, facts. Oh, yeah. Well, hello, Ted. Welcome back. The famous holdout of Hiro Odana. No, of On Uda, a Japanese intelligence officer who continued fighting World War II for 29 years after Japan's surrender in 45. Stationed on Lubang Island. In 44, Own was sent to the Philippines with strict orders to contact guerrilla warfare and never surrender or take his own life. Decades in the jungle, he dismissed the leaflets announcing the war's end as an enemy propaganda. He survived for nearly 3 decades by hunting, foraging, and raiding local farms for rice and supplies. Oh, you did, Mark? Scared. So, Mr. Sparrow, what's the talk for tonight? And you should make your own radio show like Art Bell. Oh, thank you. Well, we're getting close to the ending of it, but what we were talking about was aliens. We did alien debates about alien theories. We talked about some some people are curious about Bigfoot and about other types of entities like that. And right now we're talking about some historical stuff and like edgy things from history. That's what we're doing right now, Zumi. And that's very nice of you to suggest the radio show. Yeah. Final surrender, and he refused to stand down until 1974 when Japanese adventurer um, Suzuki tracked him down. Ono insisted he would only surrender if ordered by his original superior. Faxumi. Yeah. And Odin said, same with Porcupine. Right. Oh, Mark, yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Definitely. The former relief. Japanese government located his former commander, Major Yoshimi Taniguchi, then a bookseller, and flew him to Lombang personally issue the order to stand down. All right. Oh, interesting, Zumi. Interesting. Yeah. Tone said a radio show podcasts starring Alien and the Garden Gang chat would be amazing. Each episode can be featuring one of us from the Garden Gang. Facts. That's a good idea. Yeah, Cryptid Corner. Yeah. Formal relief. The Japanese government. Okay, the return to Japan. Ono emerged in 1974 wearing his tattered imperial uniform and carrying his functional Type 99 rifle and sword. While many saw him as a hero of loyalty, his actions were controversial because he and his comrades had deleted estimated 30 civilians during their holdout. All right. There's Teruo Nakamura, discovered in Indonesia in 1974. He is technically the last confirmed holdout survivor, unlike Ono. He was ethnically Taiwanese, colonial soldier, and lived in complete solitude for over 20 years. And there's uh, Yokoi, no, Yokoi, found in Guam in 1972. He had survived by living in an underground cave for 28 years. Upon his arrival, his first words were famously, "It is with much embarrassment that I have returned." You see, surrendering in their culture was seen as an insult. And also these people who were basically in these fields, they didn't really, when they were told that the empire surrendered, they didn't believe it really. So then what they did next was they were like, all right, I believe it, but it's pretty cringe. Mark says, my mate caught possum for dog food. Oh, scared. We just happened to having a bar and barbecue. A possum half drunk. Tasted all right, I suppose. And remember, the Australian possums are different than the ones in America, by the way. And also New Zealand. New Zealand and Australia. They're different than the ones in America. All right, Tone says that lone soldier who thought the war was still going on sounds like a Twilight Zone episode for real. Yeah, yeah, bro. It's definitely like a Twilight Zone episode, and I can imagine bro being in the jungle in his uniform, and people trying to confront him and telling him that the war was over, but he just kind of like gets all like defensive and points the weapon at the people that are trying to talk to him. So that is something that I think is very compelling. You know, it's like he really thought he was in the conflict of the war. Imagine like sitting there for 20, 30 years in the jungle and just living off the land, stuck in time. Oh, Mark, scared, scared. Okay. Well, this is the thing about the Japanese soldiers. They really believed that what they were doing and what they were known to be doing is that they're inspired by the emperor. They're inspired by their cause so much that what they stay saying is that they're winning a war. That's all they care about is their honor and duty to their country. Yeah, it's insanely how did bro even survive? How can he possibly think going for that long? Yeah, because they're taught to never surrender, and the way of the samurai is death, and that they're taught like a stoic type principle of becoming the void and not being attached to external things. Tongans are eating dog. Did you know? Oh, Mark, I never knew that. No. Yeah, Tongans eat dog. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and yeah, over here it's something I've never heard of. And they eat dogs and horses. Interesting. This channel is epic. I'm all in. Thanks, Gem, spitting knowledge, and I like the scare thing too. Oh, thank you, Ted. I'm glad that you like the channel and very cool to talk to. Appreciate it. Scared. Okay, Odin. Nice having you here, buddy. Have a good one. I see. He said the. Hey, let's see. All right, and the phenomenon of holdouts, of people continuing conflict or a lifestyle long after the rest of the world has moved on, happens more often than you think. While the Japanese cases are most famous, history is full of people stuck in time warp due to isolation or extreme devotion. I got a good Tongan mate. I never seen them eat dog, but they got banned from eating horses. Interesting. Interesting. And yeah, I know different cultures do different things. That maybe, like for India, they may not want to eat cows, but America eat cows every day. So it's everybody has their own different cultural practices. But yeah, but horses are a Western. Like the Americans love horses. Like that was their best friend. They rode on them and everything. They couldn't. So that's why eating horses is frowned upon. But in Mexico, they eat horses. Um, one of my friends who's from there, she told me, or I don't know if she was born there or something, but I really don't know. But anyway, she was telling me about they have horses being eaten, and they do. She doesn't like it at all, but the people in Mexico eat them allegedly. But there's activists and activities trying to stop that from happening. It's different places have different customs, you know. And yeah, Japanese during the wartime, they like bots from the attack of the clones. They just don't drop coming from you. They don't stop coming for you. Yeah, that's a very good way to put it. And I watched the Clone Wars, and I watched the other Star Wars movies, and that's exactly what they are. Like in Musashi, the samurai, like he was this robot. Like he was very disciplined. I studied a lot about Japanese philosophy, and I have an idea of what they think. And yeah, they're just like worker drones. They just keep on going for their cause. That the honor and dignity to what they're doing is means everything to them. It's more important in life itself. Like they'll sleep in the dirt. They will literally get themselves deleted. Like these people flew planes in the ships. They were like, and they also had this practice. Graphic warning for chat, by the way. They had this where if they were defeated, they would get this white blanket out, and it would take a sword, and they would go impale themselves. Like they'll like getting like putting a straw in a cup. Like just go right there. Right. They it's like people ask me how I stay up so late all the time and into the morning. There you go. It can come in handy, that type of thinking. And yeah, the loyalty was so strong to their cause. I think that's good traits to have in a way because a lot of people they'll give up when it's hard or they'll yeah exactly Mark. If you're kamikaze and you survive, it's a bad man. Yeah, they had the kamikaze had this thing where they were telling the young people that they would be immortalized in the heavens forever and become gods, and they would live in this museum where they have a statue. And but another is a parable about it. Exactly, they're machines. Yeah. The thing about the kamikaze is that imagine the cherry blossom, right? And that's what the samurai is. And when it reaches its peak, that's when it dies. And it's a glorious, beautiful death. And the petals fall from the tree. That's what they see themselves as. And that's what the young people and those people that were in the jungles and stuff. Oh, hello, KS. Good to see you. They saw them as these noble, warriors, and that their cherry blossoms about to die. That's why they planted the cherry blossom on their ship, on their airplane, and because that's what the samurai is, and they were going by that honor. Now, a lot of the samurai from the past would not have agreed with Japan's methods. It just the Japanese were very desperate. Good morning, Chris. Welcome to the stream. And when they did these things because a lot of time, like Musashi was trying to survive and do what he can to like win a fight, but the Japanese kamikazes were just trying to die at every chance they could get. So the thing was, the original samurai doctrine was is that you have to go into battle fully wanting to die, and you'll be alive. And if you don't do it, you would face death. Even if you survive, you'll die inside. But it didn't mean to try to actually die. It just mean that you give everything your all, and if you die, it's part of the process. These other people were like die at all costs. It's a different type of situation. And Mark said 90% of your body burnt, and you're a bad man. It's like if you lose all your limbs, you're a bad man, and you survived, you're a bad man. It was a form of Bushido, like they loyalty and dedications to the emperor, and they would use unconventional methods that win at all costs. All right, the siege of Baler, 1898, 1899. During the Spanish-American War, small detachment of Spanish soldiers in the Philippines retreated into a stone church and held out for 337 days. They refused to believe Spain had lost the war, dismissing newspaper reports and hoaxes until a soldier recognized the personal wedding announced on one of the papers. Operational H. No, it's Operation Hayuden Hayudingen. No, Hayuden. That's what I'm gonna say. 11-man German weather crew was stationed on the remote island of Spitsbergen in the Arctic. After the Nazi government collapsed, they were accidentally forgotten. They didn't officially surrender to Norwegian seal hunting boat until 1945 became the last German unit to surrender in World War II. Hermann Detzner, World War One, German officer in Papua, no, Papua New Guinea, refused to surrender when the war ended in 1918. He spent 4 years hiding in the jungle, flying his Imperial German flag, and only emerged in January 1919 after finally confirming the war was over. CSS Shenandoah, American Civil War. The Confederate ship continued raiding Union whaling vessels in the Pacific for months after the war ended at Appomattox. They didn't learn that the South had lost until August of 1865. To avoid being tried as pirates, they sailed all the way to England to surrender in November 1865. Yeah, samurai mentality. Yeah. Frozen in Frozen in time families. The Lykov family. In 1978, Soviet geologists discovered a family of six living in the remote Siberian taiga. They had fled religious persecution in 1936 and had no idea World War II had happened, or that humans had landed on the moon until they were found 42 years later. The Pintupi 9, Australia. In 1984, a group of 9 Aboriginal people were who had become living traditional nomadic life in the Gibson Desert made contact with modern world for the first time, and they were unaware of modern Australian cars or even the concept of a state until they walked into remote settlements. Modern isolationist groups. Sientinese, inhabiting North Siental Islands in the Indian Ocean, this tribe remains almost entirely uncontacted. They are famously hostile and out ousters. They have maintained a pre-Neolithic lifestyle, effectively ignoring every major world event of the last several thousand years. Uncontacted tribes in the Amazon. There are estimated to be a thousand unconventional groups in the Amazon rainforest. Yes, they're cannibals. That's true. And these groups active to avoid modern society, preserve their independence, and are unaware of their modern borders or global politics. Yeah, and there's also a couple different islands that are cannibals in general. And in Australia, in multiple, not Australia, but the surrounding islands, there are people that, like in Fiji, was cannibals. Those all those different islands had cannibals in them, and also the Maori warriors were cannibals back in the day. Yeah, they would after war or something, they would go and eat the person. Yeah, let's see. All right, Aboriginals did not have cannibalism. Some groups, small symbolic acts, in anthropology, eating human flesh occurred past the high respectful funeral rites. So they did it maybe in funerals, but not like for war stuff. So yeah, they didn't eat people only in that situation. But yeah, there was these islands. I was surprised that Fiji was cannibals, but yeah, all those islands are cannibal, pretty much. Shout out to Mary Toodles. Survival cannibalism. All right, let's see. All right. I see there's been an earthquake in Japan like now. Okay, so chat, there seems to be an earthquake in Japan that has happened. Let's see. Let's go. Funny how we were talking about the Japanese. Yeah, that is weird. We were talking about the Japanese and an earthquake happens. Scared. Supposedly, a Rockefeller went down and survived some cannibalistic island. Nobody knows if the story is true, but there's pictures. Yeah, at this point, Ted, I believe it because there's so many different theories becoming true. It makes sense to me. I wouldn't be surprised. All right. His history of cannibalism in Tonga, Samoa, and Guam follows the similar patterns to Aboriginal Australia. It's heavily steeped in mythology and colonial thoughts and very specific rituals exceptions. Samoa cannibalism is rarely documented at a widespread cultural practice, but it's a major theme in folklore. The Maletola legends. Oral tradition tells of Maletola Faiga, a legendary tyrant who demands human sacrifices for his daily meals. The turning point, according to legend, his son Paul Ayugaga offered himself as a meal for his father to eat, meal to his father to end the suffering of the people. When the king realized he was about to eat his own son, he was so horrified that he vowed to end the practice forever. Historical context. Most historians view these mortal tales of abuse of power rather than evidence of cannibal culture. Tonga warfare ritual. Tonga had more direct relationship with the practice due to its close ties with frequent warfare with Fiji, which was historically known as Cannibal Island. Warrior culture. There are accounts of Tongan warriors adapting exocannibalism, eating enemies killed in battle, to humiliate the foes and absorb their strength, a practice that influenced their contact with Fiji. Yes, absolutely, Mark. I agree. Colonial accounts. Much like Togan, missionaries began being eaten headlines from the early 1900s. Many of these reports were sensationalized by Western media and so newspapers justify the interventions they were having. Guam, a colonial myth. Guam and the wider Micronesian region, virtually no reliable evidence. Archaeological, historical, that cannibalism was ever practiced. The savage tropes. Early Spanish explorers often labeled indigenous populations or cannibals to justify the ecomedia system, forced labor conversion. Contradictory history and strange historical twists. Some of the most reliable accounts of cannibalism in the region actually involve starving colonial sailors and shipwreck crews. Okay. So there you go. That is the history of cannibalism in those islands. Yeah. All right. Now there are some things that I'm going to take care of, and so we're getting ready to wrap up the stream. We'll just let y'all know. All right. Okay, and the stream was very good. We got over 2,000 views. All right. So, thank you all for coming and hanging out with us. We had a good stream. Look forward to doing more with y'all, which will be, do this every night. And take care and peace.